Welcome to the NLC. You've heard the talk, watched the scrims and seen the tweets. Streamers, LEC players, MSI champions.
Drop it the ultimate onto Yangon.
But all that matters is what you do on the Rift.
And Kurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC.
There's only one league like this, so what more do you need to know? Brought to you by Arozzi, the NLC is hitting your screen right now.
And welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. Arozzi is with us. You can see it on my back. My name is Alexandra Sharon Maya, and I welcome you to yet another show. We have 3 this week to decide who's gonna be flying to England to fight North on semifinals, and then who survives to fight Los Ratones at the top of the mountain. Now to toss it to the desk, understand who's gonna be with us during the show. It is the lovely Troubling and the amazing Duckling.
Oh, I am proud of myself. I got a very, very good introduction. I appreciate that, Ashram. What a welcome back to the desk, huh? It's been a while since I've been here. I've been, on cast for quite a few times, but it is lovely to be back with you here in the desk. Oh.
Trouble. You're
It
trying
happened
to
again.
flank me.
Oh, come
It
on.
happened
You know what?
again.
I did
Wasn't
so
even
well.
on.
I did so well yesterday, okay? I'm really sorry. I've been up since 5 a.m. I did so well yesterday. Anyway, I'm not going to repeat what I said because it's a one-time deal only, and only the insiders heard it. But I'm happy to be here with you.
Real one.
Chat, every time Trouble speaks without a microphone, you're allowed to type in muted, caster muted. Just spam it on the chat, just so we have fun. We're gonna have a wonderful day today as well, but in order for that, you need to understand where we are. We are on the Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship, but what about the bracket? Look at it. We are on the lower part of the bracket, February 20, by the way, and tomorrow it's going to be the fight between Bulldogs and whoever wins from today. Rich Gang or Verdant? When we look into this, Duckling, who do you think is gonna win? I just want to know that from you.
The whole split of today.
Well, you completely missed the mark. With that in mind, you don't miss the mark if you use our discount code on Arozzi website, where you can have 15% discount on everything that you buy that is not already on sale. A lot of things are on sale. We have glasses, we have tables, we have everything, even webcams. And if you remember my webcam, yeah, I didn't upgrade, so keep that in mind. You already can see me in more than 24 pixels? I don't know. Something of the sort. It was horrible. I got robbed. But you won't be robbed if you join us on the live event. Well, the venue itself is already booked out, but you will be able to watch the NLC and the LEC Grand Finals live at this specific place in Nottingham, so Trouble doesn't attack me for saying it wrong. So grab your ticket now and join us. Look at all those individuals having fun. It could be you.
That looks like a lovely time. I'm gonna be honest, right? It gives me a bit of vibes from the darts, where you're just sitting at those tables with your friends. You're watching something you have a common interest in, darts or football, or in this case, League of Legends, and you're having a grand old time. Also, whatever sport you like, right? Getting together with your friends and sharing that passion is one of the best things. I love that about esports. I love that about traditional sports. And, get along, join in on the action. I think it'll be a blast.
However, if your common interest is League of Legends, that is the perfect time because you get 2 grand finals in one day with your buddies in the same place. Big W.
Imagine that. We'll get to meet you on that site, and you can meet us if you want, or you can run away from us as well. At least, League of Legends is going to be on the screen, and you can have a blast, just as we were talking about that. While Trouble is enjoying her tea, and I'm going to do the same, we have something prepared for you today. Verdant versus Rich Gang. But Verdant did an awesome job until now. They had some ups and downs, so I decided to test them on a specific game within the Rift. It's not League of Legends, but it's on League of Legends. I don't know what I played, but they had fun. I just wanted to kill them. Watch our game piece of fish in a barrel.
In game, of course.
everyone, and welcome to the NLC games. Welcome to the first one, which is the Sniper's Nest. Fish in the barrel. Players from the Verdant right now are within the Verdant pit. And they have to survive my ultimate. The last one surviving, I saw that, Rakan. The last one surviving gets a point. First one to get 3 points wins this one. Are you ready? Let's see what happens.
Oh, you're coming from there!
Not moving.
Oh,
That's
what
really
now, baby?
I went with a passive one shot.
Alright,
Oh
so I
my
win.
god.
Okay, you won. But
Yes,
Wait,
he's
wait,
down. Gotcha! Oh, she's immune.
Mishiba.
this is
Zach
way
is already
harder.
dead.
Kill Zach, don't kill me!
I got the arcane commits.
Yes, sir!
Ronaldo!
I'm good.
That's Mishi. Oh my god.
Okay, we have. Oh, one more.
Oh, Mishi.
Kill the Zach.
I'm waiting for you.
Oh, the grubs.
The response.
Oh, the grubs! Are you ready? Oh, I see you, Obstinati.
I don't even flash on.
Oh, so Michi wins.
Nah.
That's...
Zach won
one.
the first round.
3, 2, 1. I'm shooting. Oh, I see you, no name. I see you, no name.
Okay,
Oh,
I blocked
nice
it, I blocked it.
Spencer.
Yo, that was so fast!
Okay, we have a winner.
Salty.
We have a winner, Pantheon.
But how did you fire 5 bullets in one ult? Like what? Yeah.
I see you, Ronaldo.
Okay, yeah. That's not me. Open your eyes. Again.
Oh my
Next
Oh,
one.
Chinese fish.
And
2, 1.
Wow! Oi! Oi!
One ulti down. Ronaldo.
Hey,
I had flash.
Ronaldo won this round.
Round 3 of Fish in the Barrel. We have Mishi with 1 game. We have Ronaldo with another one. Best of luck. Oh, everybody together, Ronaldo!
Oh shit.
Oi, oi, oi.
Intense.
Oi, oi, oi.
He choked, he
Oi, oi,
choked.
oi.
No! Oh my god!
Oh!
Oh my god!
That was big!
Oi!
bro.
Kill
Oh!
Okay, I won. It's over.
Please.
It's over.
Whoa.
It's over.
Congratulations to Mishi, to Ronaldo. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good one. See ya. No Name versus Zealous. I mean, we have the jungler versus the coach. I think this is kind of unfair, but how are you feeling, both of you? No Name, you start.
I'm feeling good, super confident for today. Yeah.
Oof. Confidence. Zealous, how are you feeling?
I'm ready. I mean, I'm not scared, not afraid. Just firing on all cylinders. So let's go.
Okay. So to talk about that fire, last time you've met, it was Zealous. You know what I'm trying to say, right? You know what I'm trying to say. Rich Gang were below expectations versus Verdant. I need to know more. What changed from the last day till this one? Because now if you lose, you're out.
I mean, our tagline for this split has been shattering expectations, and I think we did that both when we beat teams we aren't supposed to and when we lose to teams we're supposed to beat. So if we're coming in today and everyone's expecting us to lose, I think it's just our advantage, you know.
That's fair. You broke expectations on both, like the seeding stage and on playoffs. For you, No Name, I think it's the same, because when we look into the groups, we were like, Verdant looks good on paper. Something is happening. We really don't know what's happening. But then you go into playoffs and the team was just clicking. Do you think like you needed some adaptation and synergy going from group stage until playoffs, and now the team is where you want it to be, or was just an unlucky phase on the seeding stage?
Well, I think the first part of the seeding was like not too bad. We had a close game against Nord and Lost Returns, but losing to the others fast was like not acceptable. Like that was not what was supposed to happen. I know individually I played really bad one of the games. I think like I was just not locked in at all for those games. I don't know, I didn't feel ready mentally, I guess, to be on the top of my game, but now it's completely different. I'm so prepared.
I like that because I'm gonna toss this to you, Zealous. He was talking about that. Hey, we made it fairly close. Actually, they were really, really close versus those teams that everybody was afraid. And then versus the other teams, it was complicated. As a coach, you look into that, you're like, oh, this is juice. This I can cook with this. So do you have a specific plan versus Verdant? Because Verdant has that aspect of Verdant. They can win all the games, but then the Verdant part of Verdant.
I mean, we've been cooking some juicy stuff that I will not disclose to the enemy right now, but you know, we've been working hard, like doing a lot of analytical work and like just making sure that the systems are really running tight and that we're running a tight ship going into the game. So I'm just really impressed by how Verdant also turned around and how a lot of the other teams turned around, and like I feel like this isn't necessarily only us not performing up to form, but everyone else performing very well.
I agree. 100% agree. So with that in mind, I'm gonna toss a different one. No name, it's time to throw punches. When you look into your team versus Rich Gang, where do you believe you excel? What is the line you look at it and you say like, nah, we're just better?
Every lane, in my opinion.
Every lane!
I think I'm significantly better than Nyx. I think probably the best player on Rich Gang is Hoha, and the fact how he can bring many different styles. Like I'm certain you have some extremely strange picks ready with him, but I don't think it's enough to get over the fact that just raw skill we are just outclassing in every role. So.
Hey, that's a statement. Zealous, I want to throw the same back to you. And obviously, I want to know more about that Garen idea of mid lane 400 CS by 30 minutes. I don't think that it's even legal, by the way.
I mean, I think my mid lane is just the GOAT, potentially. Like, it's... I think it's a solid agree to disagree on skill levels of individual players, but, you know... we wouldn't be sitting here if we agreed that your team is better then, no?
Yeah.
So tell me something. No name. We were talking about the mid lane. Haha is you know, he's beast. Ronaldo. I've got to talk with him a few times. I did the fish in the barrel with you. I know Ronaldo can be extremely vocal. Is he that vocal during games, and is that a concern, especially if he loses versus the mid lane from Rich Gang?
I think his level of vocalness depends on how motivated he is. Like if he cares about the game, then he's gonna completely try hard and tell everybody about what he wants to do on side lanes, and he can be a really good winning condition. But yeah, sometimes he just doesn't care and is just chilling. But I think today he's gonna. He really wants to win. We want to go to Nottingham so much, so I know he's gonna bring it all today.
Okay, so Zealous, what is your most vocal player within the field?
I think it very much depends on the day. Like usually it's somewhere between like Nyx and Banderas, who are both very set on their ideas and how to play the game, and you know, motivational issues as well, and are both really good at like staying focused on where we're supposed to go and what we're supposed to do. And when those are rolling, I think nothing can stop us.
So, talking about the names, we need numbers now. Let's change to numbers. No name. I want to know the squad at the end of the day. I have already made my predictions. I'm not going to reveal. I want to know your prediction, and Zealous, hit it back.
Well, I would expect a 3-0, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 3-1. Like maybe we do a funny game. But yeah, I would say 3-0.
Hey, he's confident. Okay, Zealous. He's extremely confident. I like this. Zealous, come on.
I mean, I wanted to kind of be nice and say that it would go 3-1, but like, you know, we've established an idea, you know, like we're 3-0ing you guys anyway. Then.
Okay, confidence from both sides. It's a rematch, and whoever wins moves on for tomorrow. Is that complicated as well? Before I wrap this up, like playing today and then playing straight forward back, like back to back. That's a rough one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we just focus on Rich Gang first, and then tomorrow we'll take it as it comes. But I don't think either of the teams are particularly challenging, so I'm confident.
I like this. Zealous.
I mean,
as a coach.
I just think, like, if we win today, then that's just momentum for tomorrow and moving forward into that. Like Bulldog had today and like the day tomorrow to take a long nap before they get a wake-up call tomorrow by either Verdant or us. Actually,
I
us.
don't know who's gonna
but
win
we'll see.
today. I don't know who's gonna win today, but I know Bulldog. Be careful. They're confident. Thank you so much for this one, and good luck within the Rift. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rematch Verdant versus Rich Gang. They've met before and Verdant came out on top, but it's time for Rich Gang to get their own revenge arc on the lower bracket. Reminding yet again, everyone back at home, this is lower bracket. You lose, you are out. Yesterday, we said farewell to the Ruddy Sack, goodbye to all that team and all the players that brought us a lot of fun. And today, we say goodbye to yet another one. Whoever moves from today will face Bulldog Esports. Duckling in trouble.
Yeah,
Let's get down to business.
I'm looking forward to it. I think this will be a banger, right? Rematch of what happened in the upper bracket final. I'm someone who has believed in Rich Gang all the way this split. And that was proven right in the group stage. They upset everyone. And as I said, finished first. But then came playoffs and they have looked questionable ever since. I haven't been fully convinced by them, but I still have faith. My prediction shows that here today.
I swear. Okay, you know what? I will
What
allow
keeps
production
happening?
to find me. I will allow production to find me the next time I'm muted, okay? Because I did fantastic yesterday. I want this to be known. I will allow Duckling to go with the underdogs because that's what he usually does, right? He's like, oh, they're so good. Trust me. You know what? They are good. They came from Division 2. They qualified themselves into the NLC. However, I'm bringing you back to the upper bracket, best of 3. They did get very convincingly 2-0'd by Verdant. Verdant was just better on the day in terms of team fighting, finding their openings. They didn't allow Banderas become this monster that we know on the side lane. And even though we have hyped Banderas up in general throughout the entire tournament, I haven't necessarily seen the Banderas that I personally remember from the 2022 era. So all good and dandy when it comes to the underdogs rising up, but I feel like Verdant have a more put together composition and the way that they want to play their game.
I agree 100% trouble. I still want to see that Banderas. And with that in mind, I want to see where you both landing in terms of prediction. Because you told me you believe in Rich Gang, Duckling. You do. You do. On the other hand...
Wait, you both do?
That is a wrong prediction. I predicted 3-1, I'm pretty certain. Or am I wrong? I predicted 3-1. No, I predicted 3-2. I am wrong. I am lying. I'm sorry, broadcast. I lied. I did predict 3-2. That's my mistake.
Okay, so Duckling, you went for 3-2. Trouble, you went for 3-2. So regardless of the way they played before, there's a belief we're gonna have 5 games. And I want to know why from you, Duckling, and why from you, Trouble, before we dive into the teams. Just a general idea of why you believe it's going to be a 3-2.
Okay, I'm gonna start by taking as an example what happened yesterday. Bulldog Esports versus Ruddy Sack. I feel like we could not predict the games until that very bloody last team fight. And if you look over on the upper bracket, when Verdant did play against them as well, it was a quick 2-0. However, especially game 1 was toe-to-toe until the very last minute when Verdant had the better team fighting composition, got their pick and finished their game. So I believe that blue side might kind of be the decider right here in terms of getting picks like the Ambessas, like the Kalistas and stuff like this that can completely switch the game out.
Yeah. I think that this is going to be a chaotic series, and as Trouble said, it's going to be hard to predict who wins the individual games right up until the very end. Because I think all 10 players in this lobby are pretty even in skill in terms of the peaks that I've seen them reach. But I also have faith in that Rich Gang will clutch up at the very end, and that's why I've gone for this 3-2. I can see this going both ways. I'm very much holding on to the belief I had in them through the group stage where they looked very good, but Rich Gang have been too inconsistent since. They've made some dumb mistakes, in particular Verdant have stepped up multitudes after the group stage and looked very strong. So I'm gonna be honest, it's a bit of a head versus heart situation. My head tells me that Verdant will win, but I went with my heart. I think Rich Gang can do it, and I think this will be a closer fought series than at the very least Prain predicted, because he predicted a 3-0, and I don't think that's the case.
But it's it, Brian. Tell me, Trouble.
Yeah, we don't take him into account. He mutes his microphone way too much. I just want to say that I feel like I feel like Verdant have a date with the past forward. And mind you, that was a bit complicated. They made it all the way to semis last year, lost to Nord 0-3. Nord are waiting in the lower bracket semifinals. So it would only be fitting to try and get there themselves to get the revenge back.
That's a good storyline. I like the way you... Yeah, that's a good storyline. So we're talking about the teams, and I see both points. So let's break down both teams. Let's start by Rich Gang, and let's talk about the Rich Gang position. When you look into these names, on paper, it should just work wonders. Haha is a beast, let's be honest. I'm still not over that Garden game. Let's not talk about that. Bandera is supposedly a beast on the top lane. Duckling, if you're predicting that Rich Gang is gonna win, let's talk a little bit about Rich Gang.
I think Rich Gang will win because they have known each other for a long time. These are players throughout their career. If you just take Nomi, has played with 3 out of 4 other members on this team before in his career. The bot lane of Nomi and Eski has together won multiple Norwegian championship titles, and between them they have 8 titles down in Norway. My question was, could they step up into the NLC? And as you see from this highlight at the beginning of groups, they certainly did that. They have flexibility, they have adaptability to the situation as well. The only problem I see about this team is sometimes they get lost in the sauce and they cook a bit too much, or they feel a bit too confident, and they need to just keep it a bit more disciplined in my eyes.
Alright, so all I heard is that Rich Gang will win because they believe in the heart of the cards and friendship and they hold hands. You know what? That is a point. You know, I'll take it. You know, I'll take it because it feels like the more you know your teammates, the better you play and the better you handle losses. And I feel like that's the most important thing. In a best of 5, you cannot give up. Even if you're 0-2 down. You saw how toe-to-toe it was yesterday, the series that we watched, and even up to the very end, you couldn't tell who was going to win. But I feel like the team that handles the losses better and can pull themselves together faster is the one that's going to come up on top. And it feels like Rich Gang, especially since they've been together for so long, they've known each other for so long, I feel like these are the situations that they can come through. Man, okay. I want to put out a formal complaint out there. I want to see Banderas played for.
That's
If we are going to see, especially in a best of 5 series, like we saw it yesterday with Miatek, he was given the opportunity to carry for his team. He carried for his team. I feel like Banderas has the same sort of quality in the teams that he has played in. He's known to be the Camille player, the split push, the threat, the bruiser. Allow him to shine through that. Give him the opportunity, the champions, and the support he needs to actually create havoc in the top.
Yeah, I think those are very good points. If I were just to say one thing, and why I'm also a bit believing in what you can claim is a bit of an underdog here today. Rich Gang as an organization, ever since their beginning, have been defined by their motto of shattering expectations. They came into the Norwegian scene with Banderas in the top lane back then 4 years ago, not any high expectations. Well, they upset the apple cart. They dethroned the kings of Norway Bifrost those years ago. And they've continued to do so ever since their climb from the Norwegian national scene through NLC Division 2 and now into NLC Division 1. These are players known for thriving and chasing success, and they have always gotten it, and there is no other org better set up to shatter the expectations than Rich Gang.
Okay, and when we talk about Rich Gang, obviously we highlighted Banderas, but we also have to give a big remark towards Haha and the way he's playing on the mid lane in this champion pool. I think he was made for fearless drafts. I think he thrives on it. You have a Sejuani over there.
Dude, he is a fearless draft on his own. Look at it.
Yeah. And this, what I want to make very clear about this, right? This is just simply a snippet of the champions he has played. And the point I want to get across to you out there is the fact that he can play anything that works in any situation. Your traditional mage, your traditional Yone that is very meta, can play the Garen, tank Malphite if you need engage, the Echo he's known for, which offers multiple different assets to the game, so whatever the team needs, he can play. He's played Ilaoi as well. This isn't even on the graphic. I had to choose a snippet of the champions this guy has played. And that's just to get the point across that this guy thrives in Fearless Draft. Because you can't ban him out. If you played a best of 10 in Fearless, he would still have champions that he can play. Because he plays everything. And he does it so well.
Okay, I've been sold on the Rich Gang side, but what about Verdant? We also need to talk about Verdant because supposedly they have a date tomorrow. And I want to know more about this team. I know these players. I know these players. I've casted them in Portugal, but now they're on the NLC, and that is a massive difference. So, who can introduce me to Verdant, and what can I expect from Verdant? Let's start with you, Trouble, maybe.
I mean, listen, these guys, first of all, they have very promising names that have been climbing up the ranks in the ERL. Specifically, my eyes fall onto No Name and Mishi. A lot of people will probably remember Mishi, because back then he was named Mishigu. So it's not that different. And he used to be one of the most flexible players we had in the NLC. We're talking Seraphine, Ziggs, Karthus, traditional AD carries, whatever you want, he'll play it in the bot lane. And that brings a lot of creativity on the other sides of the map if needed.
Yeah, I like Verdant as well. I was a bit doubtful about them. Many people hyped them up very hard and said they will get top 4 guaranteed. I said they will contest for top 4, and the reason was there was some factors that I wasn't fully convinced about. And that was Ronaldo, who had been on a downward spiral in his career ever since his Fnatic Rising days, and it had been No Name who most recently got relegated out of the LVP into the 2nd division. No Name in the past has been a very good jungler in the NLC with Ruddy, so I knew that the players they had brought in had the potential in them. I just hadn't quite seen it in a bit of time. And that came through in the group stage, as you can see on their scoreboard, right? 1-4 in this game, and they stepped up massively in playoffs. They proved me wrong, and they answered my questions. So I now believe that Verdant are a very good team, and I think they will give Rich Gang a fight to the very limits, and you should definitely be convinced by them, because they have been, I don't want to say flawless, because they haven't, but they've been very solid throughout playoffs.
On an interview itself, we heard Verdant talking about the Verdant factor, that they may win or even fight versus the best teams, but sometimes oopsies happen within the Rift. And now with your life on the edge, it's complicated. Trouble. I see your points building up. It's brewing.
Okay. I don't necessarily know. Okay, whoopsies on the Rift I feel like happen with every team. You can always make a mistake that a team can capitalize on. However, when you handicap yourself before the game even begins, and I feel like Verdant has done this one too many times through their drafting phase, it just becomes that much more difficult and frustrating to try to translate this into game. If we have a look at their previous drafts, especially the ones that they played versus Nord, I want you to look at game 1 and game 3. There are not very clear paths to play the games. In game number 1, extremely defensive, kiting backwards. There are no ways of engaging fights. And we saw that in their game, they really struggled. In game number 3, they chose a very scaling composition that if they fall behind, there was no one to bridge the gap in that early to mid game. To get them there with a Seraphine Ashe would be absolutely invincible. Game number 2, Bing, chillin', Skarner, shuffles from Azir, Nautilus hooks, everything that they need to set themselves up for success. Sorry, and not have to expect your opponents to basically make the mistake and fall into you.
And that little rat over there as well. We were talking about Mishi, and yeah, you have ways to engage, but engaging towards what? And I think Mishi on that game, Treble, like, he was hiding. I know you love this.
Hey man, I love Twitch. I love me a good Twitch game. We saw it yesterday as well. Exofang also won with Twitch. And I feel like what's really cool about the rat is that it's a very high profile damage champion that actually gets to play the teamfights the way he chooses to.
This one, I think, is stellar. He just sacrifices himself for the greater good. He understands what's his job, he gets the job done, and then lays in RIP, but doesn't matter, he gets the win. I love this. And it was just Nord, the game you were talking about, the way of, hey, we have engaged, we have ways to go through this. So maybe draft-wise should be something they should take into consideration now.
Yeah, we'll be keeping our eyes on that very intensely. It is about, can you draft yourself some easy-to-use engage? And it's something you have to be very wary about, right? Because you can see them get banned out, and in game 4 or 5 potentially, of a Theater's draft, it is very hard to find that easy engage because the Ornn might be off the table. The Nautilus most certainly will have been picked throughout one of those games, and all of a sudden you have to be a bit creative. And Trouble is highlighting completely the right thing, because when they didn't have that easy-to-execute engage and have these, burden of execution they were putting on themselves before the game, they weren't setting themselves up for success. And, I think Verdant have been the better team in playoffs, but those stats don't quite show the full picture.
They don't translate into that one. Yeah, but tell me, Trouble.
They do show that they're very similar in terms of stats, at least. However, I will say that I feel like, again, Verdant are a step ahead. However, any team that we have seen have come back somehow from the dead, and I feel like revenge is what's it called? Is it a plate that's served cold? Is that the
Revenge is
phrase?
a dinner best served cold, I believe.
Ah,
not
revenge
100%
is just
Some-
lovely!
None of
Welcome
us-
to game 1 of Verdant
And
versus
cold.
Rich Gang. Swain is out, Corky is out. Oh, my boy. My boy. Is out as well. I would love to. I'm not biased, but I think we all are looking forward the first game of NLC Winter Split with the Katarina. I think it's well deserved. I think you deserve this trouble. I'm just saying. I know the champion is, yeah,
Listen.
but I think you deserve it.
I deserve this. Everyone deserves this. Everyone deserves to see a Katarina game. Our goated Faker did it when Katarina got reworked many years ago, and he never did it again. There was a reason for that. The champion sucks, and we unfortunately do not have a Katarina player in the league anymore. However, we do have Rumble players. It's made it through the draft. We have also things like
Kalista.
that has slipped through.
Yeah, the list has been going a bit down in priority recently. I think the bans here very clear from Rich Gang, right? They wanted to ban out the strong first pick champions, or those that they at the least thought were the strongest. The Rumble, great to log in. Lane swaps, he doesn't deal with both of them, but can farm with his E and be somewhat safe throughout the laning phase. I do like the response from Rich Gang taking away some strong engage champ, and remember, they only had not just secured themselves engage for this game, but have removed that from the table for Verdant already this game, but also in the next games in the series as the Yeshvil gets locked in for Mishi.
Oh wow, this is a pretty good Kaisa angle from Nomi right here. Does really well later on in the game, especially after level 6 onwards, and the team fight's really good into the Ezreal. You already have a pre-diving team with the Zinzao and the Galio, and I'm assuming there's going to be other lane champions in terms of the support, potentially top lane as well. I mean, we talked about Banderas' Camille. There's already a Galio locked in here. I think it does pretty well into the Rumble as well, especially in the side lane with Galio assistance. So if at any time we could potentially see it here, but they're going to prioritize yet another all-in support in the likes of Alistar. I wonder because we heard previously that Banderas wasn't willing again to pick the Camille, and I'm like, are you saving it for any juicy occasion? Because like Galio is like her best friend pretty much.
That's true. And Ezreal can be slippery, but if you lock him in, he's out. Like, if you lock it on a Camille ulti, especially with Galio coming in from the skies, that would be big. Salus to remove the capability of stealing that Galio ultimate is also interesting. But AD carry should be pinched right now for Nomi.
Yeah, they want to pick that, of course, but the problem is with Nomi that he can play a lot of champions too. He is a big mage player as well, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that. As Trouble highlighted, Kaiser would have been good in this game. That won't be coming to fruition with those bans coming through. The Syra banning out some AP junglers. Maybe a bit of weakened now that there's an AP top laner already secured for Papitero, but Syra strong in the meta. I get it regardless.
And I wonder if Rich Gang are going to leave Banderas for R5 right here. I feel like picking your AD carry on R4 is going to be much easier, and then allowing Banderas to... Are they going to ban the Camille out? Like, these are where my eyes are going, because you mentioned it as well, Asharam. I really love the fact that you said, hey, Ezreal very slippery. You do not have things like Nautilus or Vi to pin him down, but if you have a Camille, then it will be a completely different deal. The Sivir getting locked in, extremely safe as an AD carry, pushes the lane really fast, and in scenarios where you have a wall in front of you, those ricochets can do so much damage in the team fights. This has to be Camille, right?
Okay.
I'm not the only one seeing this.
Yeah, I'm
this
watching
has to
this.
be Camille.
It would be very good, yeah. It would be
Anyone?
very good.
Camille, anyone?
It is, you know, easily the most obvious choice to pick now. I do think there's a slight chance that Galio could go top lane. That mage AP
Yeah, I was thinking
obviously
about
very
it.
good against the Rumble. And
True,
it wouldn't
Camille mid.
surprise me if Bandera goes that, and you can then get a good matchup in the mid lane. And, you know, Ho-Ho, definitely someone who could whip out the Camille mid lane. But instead, you know, hovering around the
We
mage,
gotta
the
go
Karma
fast.
is the lock-in instead. And that is the Karma for Ho-Ho in the mid lane. So he takes more of a supportive utility role, and a lot more pressure goes on to Nomi, who is the only real consistent DPS in this lineup.
That's what's really worrying me. I'm seeing Rumble, Maokai, Jace, Ezreal, and suddenly there's a Karma that's been locked in here. Don't get me wrong, on Rich Gang, there's tremendous survivability. So much utility through shielding, through extra defenses, the Galio coming through, shields from Sivir to stay alive. They've got engages, they've got everything. However, they only have one damage dealer and one only. And if somehow there's a way that Nomi dies on the Sivir, you've suddenly run out of damage.
Well, it is picked, it is done. I just want a name. Nothing else, Duckling. First game goes to...
Rich Gang.
Trouble.
Verdant.
And we go to an ad before we jump into Summoner's Rift. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everybody and welcome to the caster's desk as we're both rocking the same hoodie getting ready to go.
No, we're not,
into this
dude.
game.
We're
We
not.
are.
Look,
It's
I got
slightly
the.
different. It's
Yeah.
slightly different. They spread out their merch they sent to us, Arozzi. Thank you guys, by the way. Right, Rich Gang versus Verdant. I am a pretty stalwart Verdant believer in this matchup. I've seen it for 3-0. I believe off that first draft, but I'm oh no. We won't address that. I genuinely
Only
believe
some sick swag, dude. So I'm ready
Yeah.
for this best of 5. I'm ready for this best of 5, right?
You can see it without any blue light.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. My eyes aren't gonna get strained. I know that much. Watching some good old League of Legends here.
Right, yeah. So, going back to the game before you distracted me off, man. I'm curious to your thoughts on it. Personally, I much prefer what Verdant have put together. I think there's a very kind of clear, concise like draft and goal for this team. Where Rich Gang, you know, it's keep Nomi alive, and if Nomi dies early in a fight, there is no damage left on this team.
Yeah, I think this is my two criticisms really of the Rich Gang team comp here, and how I'm a bit worried for them in game number 1 is, as you say, you've really only got one main damage dealer in the Sivir, and outside of that, I feel like, just characteristically speaking, Banderas does a lot better on more bruiser style or carry tops, really. You know, you want him to put the carry pants on, and I don't really think Aftershock Galio is that kind of champion, to be honest. So yeah, I think it could be tricky here. It could be tricky to execute because you are just putting a lot of your eggs in the Nomi basket. Having said that, of course, Sivir is very, very strong hyperscaling style of ADC, and you have lots of ways to enable her with Rich Gang. So yeah, live and die by Nomi here in game number 1.
That's going to be the game plan, but for now, both junglers are starting up on their top side, heading towards the bottom. Interesting, you know, where the attention really goes for these players. Obviously, Zin's out, a bit more skirmish in his playstyle, so we'll probably be looking to contest objectives and find No Name in an isolated 2v2 or even a 1v1. Where No Name, I mean, gank options are there for him across the board. You've got Obstinatus, you can set up plays on the bottom side of the map. You've got Ronaldo, doesn't have any CC, but No Name will bring that himself. And then top lane also relatively gankable. So I think No Name's probably going to look to try and play a little bit more for his lanes. Where Nick's probably going to play a little bit more towards, you know, securing those early objectives and getting that getting those feat of strength under his belt.
Yeah, the problem with the Xin Zhao as well is, like, you don't really have any great lanes to play around either. Like, you don't really want to play into Karma. Karma doesn't really offer too much. Galio likewise. It depends on the lane position, but he's not exactly known for his kind of setup, and you know, he can jump in and do that little taunt, but if Puppeteer plays it correctly, he should be relatively safe there as well. So it's a little bit tough here for Xin Zhao to find those plays, and he might just have to be a bit reactionary with some of his engages, waiting for Verdant to play aggressive and to perhaps overstep a little bit. Notice, interesting to note by the way here as well, is both ADCs have teleport in this game. Both Ez and Sivir have teleport. So again, kind of nullifies the positions of the lanes a little bit, right? As both these ADCs, like, you might think, oh, they don't have heal, they don't have barrier or cleanse, they're more vulnerable. But what tends to happen is ADCs play 10 times safer because they don't have those summoners, which makes it harder for you to find those engages as well.
Yeah, you can see that, you know, there was a gank angle there for Nyx, but Mishy just went back to base and teleport back to lane, and suddenly any gank potential has just gone away. No Name obviously having the slower start to his clear, did lose that crab and didn't predict where Nyx was on the map, so he's going to lose both crabs here to Nyx off the bat. There's in an early trade here in the mid lane, but Don't really expect that to amount to anything major at the moment. You can see that now Papatero, with the pressure he's been able to buy himself on the top side, was just doing a little bit of scouting to see if that crab was actually gone for No Name. Been confirmed, and I think it made their life harder. Now, Eski, he's not going to go for a cheeky flank underneath the tower, right?
Nah. I mean, it was an interesting spot for him to be in there, but yeah, I think that would have been a little bit too much for Eski to go for. And yeah, Nomi's just chilling. He's fine, just chilling under tower as that Sivir. A little bit but that's cool. He'll catch the wave, and you know, Sivir doing Sivir things. It's not the most entertaining champion to watch for that reason, right? He kind of just chills and doesn't get too much going here. Yeah, so I expect a pretty slow early game. I don't think we'll see too much as far as the PvP aspects of this one goes. Having said that, there we go for the engage.
There's a little bit of damage onto Eski. It's starting to build up though. The ignite ticking away. We're getting very, very low. Eski just been to base is going to have to now come back to base again, and this leaves Nomi in a position where he's already starting to bleed out a little bit on the farm department, and he's just going to be continued to pressured and shoved underneath his tower. Not really too much he can do other than just watch these waves crash in and try and get as much of the CS as possible. Now, Dragon is up. We have the Grubs coming up in the next 30 seconds as well. Nick doing his bot side clear right now, just finishing up his camp. So, options to him to where he wants to go. With the fact that bot lane's reset, this Dragon is definitely a lot safer for him. See if No Name gets a good read on him.
Something I want to pull attention to in this game as well, game 1 here. It's oddly reminiscent of game number 1 in the best of 3 that Rich Gang and Verdant played against each other a few weeks ago. Got Ezreal and Rel bot lane, we got the Rumble in the top side as well, all the same picks that Verdant went for last time around. And in that game 1, Rich Gang were really far ahead early. They were like almost 5k ahead early. But it was Verdant who held on and managed to come out on top. This time around, Verdant, they obviously know they're obviously comfortable with this team comp to make it work, and they have those levels of comfort to know that they can come back in a game like they did previously. But this time around, obviously, not wanting to fall so far behind and really take things a little bit more chill if they need to, as Nyx is hovering around here. But without that lane prio, this should just be a free Dragon going over to Verdant.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very hard one for him to do, although they have been able to bully Verdant off. Verdant were bullied off. Verdant bullied Rich Gang off prior to that. Full reset comes in, and I think the junglers are probably just going to want to see if they can hit those 6s before they actually look for anything at this point. We'll see those saplings from the Maokai will allow you to buy a bit of space, a bit of control. It just looks like No Name's decided to seed the Dragon and move over towards Grubs. And Eris did put a ward down, so they know that this is going on. They also saw him walking through the lane. If Nyx is quick enough, he might be able to come along and force No Name off, but I think Rob Sonatus on the roam. They're just going to call it off there, and I think this is just going to be an objective handshake. Took a little while for it to land on either team. Should be a nice and easy one here for them sorted.
Yeah, No Name, Maokai as a champion is much better dealt for AoE than single target, so these Grubs are a lot easier for him to take down, as you can see, just spamming that arcane smash. A lot better for him. He was only level 5 as well, right? So it's a smart decision to seed the Dragon, to not go for that skirmish, because Xin Zhao getting those double crabs early meant that at this point in their jungle clear, he was level 6. And No Name was not. Still only level 5. So no scrapping, no skirmishes. Really on the cards for Verdant there. Or at least they wouldn't have wanted to do that. And so instead, just, like you say, handshaking those objectives, keeping it pretty chill for now. And this slow early game continues here. 0 kills apiece at 8 minutes.
Yeah, the question is where is that going to break out? Where we can see that action? Now that No Name has that 6, there is an opportunity for him kind of make a long-range engage. And what I like about this Verdant draft, and Trouble highlighted it on the desk, was we saw some of the Verdant drafts from their last games, and the biggest issue that they had was they're actually very lacking in engage. They were lacking in kind of like almost like an identity of the team and a way to kind of play those teams. Where this team, you know what it's going to do. You have plenty of engage tools, you have plenty of damage, you have range for poke. Like, it's a nice little bundle on exactly how this team's going to be playing. Rich Gang, they do have engage. They have a Galio who's to follow up the Alistair. You have the Xin Zhao who's going to be jumping in. So you have plenty of ways to get into a fight and start a fight. The issue is the lack of damage. And you have to hope that your excess of shields is going to mitigate the difference between that. And I think that really just comes down to on who gets going first. If Verdant get going first, those shields they're just going to get absolutely ripped through. But if Rich Gang do get themselves ahead in this game, it actually may be harder than you think to get through the beefiness of the front line and the protection. Wow, that was a really hard word to say. Protective capabilities to keep Nomi alive.
Yeah, no, you're right, and a lot of the move speed as well. Ooh, the popo. A lot of move speed coming through for Rich Gang too. That you can get run down pretty easily, right? Like Siva presses R. Karma does the mantra shield, like the upgraded shield, and that speeds everyone up too. And then you've suddenly, you got a Xin Zhao running at you, an Alistair running at you, and you've got low mobility solo laners on the side of Verdant that might actually kind of struggle to get away from that, right? Obviously, the Maokai's got to disengage, but aside from that, you might just get run down as we might see the first proper gank of the game.
It's Arcane smash back. Ronaldo keeping the pressure on, but there's the twisted advance to keep him locked in place. Obstinatus makes his way over. Another smash comes in, and that is Ho burning the barrier, burning the shield. He goes down. First blood to Ronaldo.
The kill for the lethality Jace. It's on the board here. 10 minutes 30 into the game. We finally see our first kill. Obstinatus with a nice little roam to pick up an assist on that one too. As you mentioned right at the beginning, there's not a lot of crowd control on the solo lanes of Verdant, but Maokai more than makes up for that. He's got so much in his kit. It's really hard to get away from, especially when you face check him. I don't think Verdant were able to take up too many plates in mid. No, nothing. No plates going down in mid. So it is just that kill. And to be honest, the implications of that kill itself, not particularly high, to be perfectly honest. Like, there's nothing to take on the map. We don't have any significant advantages as far as like items or spikes or anything like that from the Jace. So just a little bit of gold into Ronaldo's pockets. But as far as it goes, not getting too much from the kill.
It's a Jace. You want to get him going. When you have a Jace and an Ezreal, both of those champions spike on those kind of 2-3 items. That's where they hit their like biggest power spike. So accelerating that does somewhat buy you a bit more time, a bit more space, kind of get going. Looks like both the teams are putting their attention towards these Void Grubs. No, already putting some saplings down and just getting an idea of what's going on. It's going to start them up. Nyx, though, in the area makes this a little bit harder for them. And with Mishi actually stuck underneath the tower catching a wave, they're going to be down a player. That Galio can get there in a moment's notice. And Obstinatus half HP as well off the back of it. Definitely going to slow down any potential here from the side of Verdant. And I think they're just going to have to give it. I think they're just going to have to walk away and accept that they're not going to be able to secure those grubs at all. Though, doesn't look like they're done with it. Rich Gang were able to pick up one. There's Obstinatus throwing down the Magnet Storm. Mishi has to eve backwards over the wall to break away from the Galio engage. And there's been a pick up to Obstinatus. Mishi caught out by the taunt as well. He should be able to shift away to safety. So one kill, one grub to Rich Gang. They're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll take that one. They'll be able to pick up the rest of the grubs here and potentially even move over to the dragon as well, which has just spawned up. A nice little play here for Rich Gang. We talked about not having too much damage, but early on in the game, 12 minutes in, the base damages are still high enough to take people down. Champions like Xin Zhao haven't fallen off. Yeah, Papatero, if he falls here, this will certainly be a dragon.
Oh, Papatero didn't even get the plate. It was all for nothing. Shoves the wave in. Nomi losing a fair amount of HP. Papatero burns the flash, has the scrap shield on, but the boomerang blade from Nomi will secure him the kill. Now mid lane, bit more action as Nyx is getting himself caught out. Smash back, locked in place. Nyx will go down another time. Obstinatus is the one to take that kill. And that stops the dragon potential for a brief moment.
Yeah, Papatero falling there was bad timing for Verdant, very much so, but I mean, Nyx dying is the same. It makes it tough now to secure this dragon. So yeah, I think we're just going to have a little bit of pause after this grub play too. Nyx just walking up into mid lane, just really disrespecting the Verdant side right there. Didn't have vision, but also was kind of in trouble just from the Jace himself, to be honest. So yeah, just a little bit of disrespect right there. He's back on the map now though, and walking towards the dragon. A lot of vision's been set up around this dragon by Rich Gang, so they will have the advantage and the tempo to take this, and the fact that No Name is top lane right now around the grubs. indicates that most likely this is not going to be a dragon that Verdant wants to contest.
No, probably not. Again, it comes down to those items. Once those Muramanas have finished up on both Mishi and Ronaldo, there's an opportunity to start really taking over fights with a massive damage spike you'll get off that. But now they're both just stacking their tiers up. Does look like, though, Verdant have been able to wrestle some control into the area, get some vision down. They've got the Magnus on Obstinatus, so they could potentially look to fight this if they want.
Yeah, they've got their own like return vision coming through as well, actually, in the jungle here. Vision's always quite important when you're setting up these objectives, because you want to get, like, people tend to be a little bit scattered, right? Players tend to be a bit scattered around the map when they're setting up for objectives, and if you can find a pick, if you can maybe bush bait or something like that, then you can just use that to easily secure and win an objective fight.
Oh,
as you can see right here, all that poke coming through, but a TP on the flank here from Banderas.
Eski, he's already lost all of his health pretty much. He's burning low. Dragon has been started. Looks like No Name and Monado are going to make their way out from here for the moment. And Nyx is just going to be gifted a free dragon. They're able to force No Name off. Rich Gang fight back strong off the back of that. And I was going to say, it felt very hard for Rich Gang to get in just due to the fact that the Maokai being able to set his saplings up. But even so, they just send Eski in. Eski pops ult, tanks all the damage, and then gets out safe and sound, securing his team, the Dragon. So really nice there from Eski to make sure that no one else got chunked out too heavily there. Verdant, not really anything they can do off the back of that. They can look to try and pressure Nomi underneath this tower. A True Shot Barrage somewhat trims through the wave, and Nomi, next wave could potentially crash in. No Name's coming in, no ultimate available to him. This is the potential gank onto him. Nomi only has one spell shield. There's a whole lot of CC coming his way. Under the tower he goes. Magnus Storm, the flash. Nomi's bought some space, but Mishi is continuing to fire away into him. He's able to get himself the kill on to Obstinatus. But Mishi does fire back, and that's the feat of strength. I didn't even notice the feat of strength.
Yeah, Nomi just picks up feat of strength by killing Obstinatus in that play. So perfectly done there. Honestly, a 3v1 to trade 1-for-1. Plus secure the feats. I mean, actually, that's kind of tragic because Verdant, by killing Nomi, would have secured the feat of warfare as well, right?
Yeah.
So that actually was a really big deal to deny that away from Verdant for Nomi. So good job on that one. And yeah, feats now sorted here for Rich Gang. They got 2 dragons. They've split the grubs up as well. Now they're actually in a really good spot right from the early here. And to be honest, like, this is a team comp for Rich Gang that isn't really expected to do a huge amount in the early game. Just using that Xin Zhao to really bridge the gap between early and this more grouped up team fight situation, which is where Rich Gang want to be, right? With that Sivir all juiced up, the big front line, the big buffs, getting her zooming around at 1,000,000 miles an hour and reshowing people with auto attacks. We're not at that point yet, but already Rich Gang are in a good spot in this game.
They're able to get onto this Herald early. Teleport available for Ronaldo shortly, but not quite yet. And Darius does have his ultimate, so he can move out a bit quicker. Verdant have been able to bully off. It's a very back and forth game. Both teams playing respectful towards the other and not really wanting to make a big mistake on an objective. Mishi able to get a whole heap of damage into Nyx off the back of that one. There's those shot blasts. Muramana not even finished yet. There's Apatiric. A little bit of bullying from Ho-Ho onto him. That really hurts.
That
I
does
forgot
hurt,
how
yeah.
I forgot how obnoxious Malignant's karma is.
It's kind of painful, isn't it? And especially at this point in the game, probably even at 20 minutes, it's not really started to fall off as far as the damage goes either. So it's significant. It's definitely significant. It hurts, and we got to respect that if we're Verdant. Herald being picked up here by No Name on the top side. Banderas almost taking away this outer turret here as well. But I mean, you can put him off split pushes, but he's still going to split push, man. He's still going to play Galio. And he's still going to find a way to knock these towers down. So that's almost falling as well, which would be the first turret in the game, actually, to go down when and if that does. But kind of chilling out still a bit here, waiting for this next objective to spawn. You know, you've got a minute and a bit until Dragon is up. I don't think you're looking for any picks either on the side. I think you're genuinely just chilling, setting up vision and really looking forward now to the minute and a half remaining until this dragon spawns.
Yeah, it's just I think it is probably just going to be that waiting game, like you said, until The next major objective spawns up. The difference this time around being is there's 2 items on the Ezreal, there's 2 items on the Jace. Jace has actually already got his Muramana finished up. Mishi, he's, what, 12 stacks off, so that won't be too long until he gets that finished up either. There's a massive damage boost to the Verdant comp here. Ritzgang, you know, you got the Malignance, you got the capability. Papateer is probably going to be forced to ult here just to clear the wave. As the dives come in, he throws down the red carpet. Can he hold his life at the moment? Knockup comes in, flash goes out, and that is going to be Papatero getting himself cut. There's barely any damage onto the Rich Gang members as well. Able to walk away from that nice and safe. Ronaldo trying to fight Banderas, but Banderas, he's 2 items. He's got Hollow Radiance, he's got the Random's Omen. He's just too tanky, but are able to secure themselves first tower in the mid lane. Actually, it looks like they're taking this Shelly for a drive into bot side. Going to make the connection.
I think it might do. We saw Kasing do this before. Boom!
Down it goes. Banderas has to try and clear it out. Is able to do so, but the Magnet Storm does come down on to Banderas. He's interrupted and he will be taken out. Ronaldo secures the shutdown.
Really nice stuff here by Verdant. They read the dive top and were like, okay, Papatero, I'm sorry, mate, but you're just going to have to deal with that yourself. We're going to take control of the rest of the map. Great answer here, using the Rift Herald in mid to take that, zoom down to the bot side, get that turret and a kill there as well. Now, can they have their cake and eat it too with this dragon? It's going to be a tough one. Here comes Ronaldo TPing in. Rich Gang don't want to concede this one. Papatero also using his teleport. I think Rich Gang will just have to disappear.
Teleport coming in from Papatero. They're going to look to go all out on this fight. Teleport as well from Ho-Ho. Dragon secured. There's going to be the ultimate from No Name. Papatero is isolated from his team. Honeyfruits are going to top Obstinatus back up. Banderas TP's into the fight, but it's too late. Everybody's taken off, although Mishi could be in some danger. Was able to arcane shift away to safety. I think a little bit of damage onto Banderas, but I mean, right now Banderas actually has just too much armor for the Verdant members to really deal with.
I think this was maybe, like you said, a little too late for Rich Gang on the teleports, but also, I mean, the thing is, there weren't a lot of ultimates available for anyone here, and I actually think that worked out in Rich Gang's favor, because not having a Rumble ulti in a fight around Dragon is a pretty big deal at this point. So, yeah, maybe just if we were able to pull the trigger a bit faster from Rich Gang's side, potentially could have contested that one, but as it stands, nothing going here, and Banderas getting a little bit greedy for the demolish.
Magnet Storm comes in, Banderas is low, and in jumps Ronaldo. He's huge at this point. Ronaldo secures the kill. Now it's going to be on to Nomi. Nomi goes down. Eski on the run. Verdant keeping the pressure up. They've got Ho-Ho to come shield and speed them up to get their escape off, but where did that damage come from? Holy moly, he just went.
The one dead cow right there, and unfortunately for Rich Gang, this happens right next to the Atakan. Verdant are just going to move all their forces to the top side, and there is nothing that Rich Gang can do about this one. We spent a good 15 minutes being slow this game, but Nyx, he's going to get caught.
He's trying to do something. He's going to look to break away. Forced to use the ultimate. Obstinatus taking a lot of damage, but Nyx, he only has flash. If he wants to go for the steal, it could happen. Obstinatus low HP. There's the secure on the Atakan. And Verdant, they get away with it. Beautiful play from them in the mid lane. It just transitioned beautifully into that Atakan.
Yeah, this is it. They took their time in this game, didn't they, before they wanted to make their move. But once they found the opportunity, when they found the window, they were able to obliterate Rich Gang. And to be honest, it's slightly reminiscent of what we saw in the previous series between these two teams. A little bit greedy here by Rich Gang. That demolish hit from Banderas, he really wanted to get it off, but unfortunately for him, he's been completely obliterated by the Magnet Storm. The turret ramps up on him as well. Like, it's just too greedy here from Rich Gang. And Verdant, previously playing versus Rich Gang, didn't always have the best early games, weren't, you know, stomping in the lead and then just snowballing. They managed to claw their way back into some games where they were relatively far behind. And it's just, you know, it's happening again here for Rich Gang, but Verdant just know when they can find their opportunities, know when they have their windows, and they're executing brilliantly.
Oh, Papatero, this actually could be pretty dangerous for him. Gets caught by the taunt, they chase in, he throws down the equalizer to try and clear the wave and do some damage to Nyx. Nyx getting absolutely toasted. Banderas jumps underneath the tower, only takes a single tower shot. But meanwhile, topside, No Name's looking for a fight. Ho actually getting some serious damage onto Ronaldo. They've got the revives though, so it's not the end of the world to go in. Magnustorm, Ho flashes away. Mishi jumps under the tower. The Ignite is ticking and the shield is keeping him alive. But Ronaldo secures himself the rampage. Down goes the cow. And it's an easy tidy up. Beautifully played by Verdant. Rich Gang do answer out with that bot lane tier 2. And potentially the mid lane tier 2 from Nomi. Although it looks like Nomi's going to back off. Get a little bit too heated. Nice use there from Verdant onto Papatiro's revive.
Didn't really need the revives topside though, did we? Ronaldo was dancing around on 1 HP and knew that obviously if he were to fall, it wouldn't matter. And yeah, just a really well executed dive right there. And you can see right now the third item from this Jace, from Ronaldo, it's that Serpent's Fang. So he knows all that shielding coming through with Karma in these grouped up team fights. With Alistair, depending on what he wants to itemize for as well, if he goes into that locket. Like, we've got a lot of shields here, right? And that's something that we want to knock down. If we want to, you know, beat Rich Gang's grouped up, protect the Sivir comp. And so far, you know, they've not needed to do that. We're not at that point where Rich Gang are at that level where Sivir's just unstoppable. But a preemptive Serpent's Fang here to just make sure they're not putting their feet off the pedal and they have an answer for whatever Rich Gang might throw.
I think this is the big thing as well, as we talked about it at the beginning, but if Verdant can get those 3 items on Jason and Ezreal, that's like the big power spike for these guys. They've got the gold lead. The Serpent's Fang will somewhat negate those shields that we were talking about, and now it looks like they're jumping in onto the backline. Nomi losing a lot of HP. Massive Magnustorm. Ronaldo snipes Nomi on the backline, but he does hold his life for a moment. Ronaldo jumps in for another bit of damage as down they go. Galio way too late to the fight. Banderas not able to save the day. And Verdant just get himself a cheeky kill and just walk away.
Yeah, and they'll take the dragon here as well, most likely. It'll be the second dragon in Verdant's pocket. Another Chemtech here. Rich Gang not going to look to contest this one. It's really starting to fall apart for them. They had a great early. They were still in control. They had split the grubs. They had taken 2 dragons. We're ahead in gold as well. But just, it's, yeah, this kind of 20-minute mark. It's been a thorn in their side ever since they got out of the seeding stage and into playoffs. And Verdant were able to punish them previously in a similar fashion. And this time around, it's happening once again. Verdant just... They are so good at pulling the trigger, finding these plays. And I think a lot of it's got to come down to Obstinatus, honestly. Like, I think he's just so good at this style of play, right? Like this kind of engage-heavy, playmaking style support. Fortunately for Rich Gang, he's not going to be able to play Rel again, right? It's Fearless, that one's done. But there are so many of these kind of champions in the meta. And Rich Gang need to find an answer for it, because he's obviously very comfortable in this, and he's really making it work.
Yeah, he's having an absolutely fantastic game on that Rel. And I mean, Rel's been incredibly high pick throughout the season. It's been that go-to engage support. Looks like the equalizer's down. Nomi's health bar just goes away. Ronaldo looks to put the damage in. Great ult by Nyx, but with a form swap, they should just be able to go for the snipe. Nyx may sacrifice himself. Papatira continues to chase as Ronaldo scores the goal from across the river, taking down Nomi. 2 down, Baron up. No jungler. I don't think Rich Gang are going to be able to contest this.
Shouldn't be able to, like you say, not even a steal for this one here, unless an empowered Q or something comes through from Karma. I would suggest us barreling down mid here, trying to salvage something from this play. You can see Banderas is already on the case. He's getting close to those in-hit turrets, but that's going to be it. That's going to be Baron Asher now for Verdant. Another great play to find the picks in mid lane. And Nomi, who all this comp is built around, falls again before we can even get a team fight happening. Verdant able to pull that trigger. Rich Gang really struggling here.
I mean, it comes down to, you've got the ease of execution comp, but you also have the ease of kind of gameplay comp. Like, all you have to do is kill Nomi. If Nomi's chunked or killed, he can't do the fight, and therefore Rich Gang have no damage, and that's exactly what happened here.
It's the range as well that it happens from, right? Like, he was relatively safe just chilling in mid lane there, and he even had people around him. But the red carpet, you know, coming out from Fog of War, the J Shock Blast, and Acceleration Gate combo, too much. As speaking of too much, Rich Gang may have been off too much here, and that's going to be both solo laners falling down with a 5-man unit strong on the map for Verdant. This could just be the beginning of the end, the death knell in game number 1 for Rich Gang.
Yeah, it feels like Rich Gang starting to run out of options here. Verdant is just waiting on those waves, making sure they crash. Couple of tier 2s left. Ronaldo's going to be able to open up onto this tier 3 topside inhibitor turret. Next, though, having a little hunt to see if he can find him. Not going to be able to get it, and that just gave Mishi time to open up onto that tier 2, and now he can start taking out this this inhibitor tower on the bot side. Rich Gang being pulled around the map and kind of marching to the beat of Verdant's drum. All of the towers outside the base have now fallen. And Rich Gang, they have their work cut out for them if they're going to try and keep onto this game. As down goes the mid lane inhibitor, Nyx does try and find that opening, and that's actually going to be a kill already onto one. They edit on to No Name, chasing forwards. Obstinatus goes for the stun in. Horse putting the damage down, but there's a beautiful carpet just to cut the fight in half. And Verdant find their opening, fire back with their own kill. And now Rich Gang, low HP, just have to move away and try and escape from all of this damage from the long range of Verdant. Ronaldo could just get picked up here, but he's able to walk away, get away safely. Verdant take the inhibitor, make their way out. Banderas continues to lose too much HP. Mishi continues to fire shot after shot into him. Bot lane inhibitor still stands, but Verdant should be able to take that fairly soon, to be honest.
Yeah, Rich Gang able to hold here. It was a good little fight actually for them, but they're not able to pick up more than just that singular kill onto No Name. But still, they buy some time. That's all they need right now. This Sivir just needs a little bit more time to get into it. She is sitting on 3 items, which is kind of that magic number for ADCs. Right-click ADCs at least before they really come online. But obviously, the closer you can get to 4 items, to 6 items, you know, this kind of thing, the more chance you have of winning this game. Just gotta find a way to not lose before that point. Fortunately for Rich Gang, they did take the 2 early dragons, right? So they're not playing against Soul or anything like that, and they can chill out a little bit. But obviously, Jake, this is not the situation you want to be in, almost 10,000 gold behind here at 30 minutes.
No, it is not. You are in a pretty rough situation. I mean, the only lane that has any gold lead is Nyx, who has a 300 gold lead. So, not really all that much to write home about. And Verdant, they've got control of the map. They've got control of the game. It's just on them to make sure they can close it nice and cleanly here. First up on the menu, Dragon. Going to take Dragon number 3. Have that threat of Soul Threat if somehow this game goes for another 5 minutes. But right now, they're just going to start to send members towards that bottom side of the map. Strip away the jungle. Make sure there's no resources for Nyx. I just think Rich Gang just have to think about their draft going into the next game, because they did handicap themselves a little bit with this one. It didn't really have the clear identity. It didn't have, you know, enough damage. And Verdant have had range, engage. They have everything you want for a very basic teamfight comp, and they've been able to play it out beautifully.
Absolutely. I think coming into this game, Verdant definitely had an easier composition to execute, but the fact that Rich Gang were able to get a good start to this one made me think, actually, maybe there's something going on here. You know, maybe Rich Gang accelerating the early game, getting to that point where Sivir becomes a monster and they can play around her, getting to that point quicker. Could be good stuff here, but Verdant, they always just find that way. Nyx has jumped in, but I'm not sure this is a good idea.
Well, he wants to chase forwards, but No Name's found the lockdown. There's the true shot barrage. In comes the Galio to try and save the day. Nyx is able to hold his life, but Papatero's making his way over. What a magnet storm into the equalizer, melting through Rich Gang. Eski is trying to keep everyone off Nomi, but Nomi can't find the opportunity to free fire as in jumps Ronaldo, dunking 1 kill, looking for the second, unable to connect it, but there goes the inhibitor. The base tower is now under fire. Rich Gang with 3 members have to hold so fast here. The shift away from Nyx's Wind Become Lightning means Nyx can't jump any further forwards. Ronaldo blinking health bars, and the rest of his team actually blinking health bars. The Verdant are just going to make their way out. Very happy with what they just got.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking that inhibitor, almost getting the Nexus turret as well. The fact that Nomi was still alive means they can't end the game there, but it's a similar situation, to be honest, for Rich Gang. Not a terrible fight, but if you can't bring people down, they need more, right? They need more from these fights if they do want to actually try and claw their way back into the game. And the problem now is we're only 20 seconds away from this Nash too, right? So this is now a rock and a hard play situation for Rich Gang. If you don't contest this Nash and Verdant get the buff, they'll barrel into your base. 2 inhibitors down, super minions coming with them. Pretty impossible to defend from that point. If you do contest the Nash, you get 5v5, you get engaged on, you're losing the game, you're losing the fights. That also
Supers in
might
the
be a
bot
really
side.
tough thing.
It's so
Yeah.
hard with those supers in the bot side, man. Like, I think there's 2 of them down there at the moment. Oh, it's only one. It's only one. There's so you got so much pressure pouring in from the bot side. The good news is you have a 3.5 item Sivir, so
maybe a 4
you
item
can
Sivir if this
quickly.
recalls.
Oh, this could be, yeah. You can quickly clear through waves. That's the one thing Sivir does exceptionally well: wave management, and that's exactly what they've sent Nomi down to do. 4 items on the Sivir, but it comes at the cost of, you've now dealt with the bleeding problem in the bot side. That Sivir is not going to get to his Baron before it goes
Just
down.
TPing in.
Ronaldo and Abstinatus trying to keep it going. I forgot the ADC had teleport, to be honest. True Shot Barrage hits onto Eski. Baron's actually just going to heal back up. Verdant, they bought the pressure they needed. One super minion actually still stands in that bot side as well. Slows down the wave, and now we're going to get another advanced push coming in from the supers. And that was the gameplay. That was their one-off answer. Send the Sivir down, clear the wave, TP up, win a fight. They didn't win the fight. Verdant just pulled off and walked away, knowing that they had that pressure bot side. And Rich Gang, they've got to make this happen. Eski's immediately locked down, has to pop the ultimate, goes in for the headbutt pulverize. Obstinatus is going to find himself locked in place, but the red carpet onto Nomi is beautiful. No Name keeps him locked in place. He's just cooked. No opportunity to come back to it. They've taken a second as well. Down goes Eski. Nyx is trying to put the damage in, but Mishi is just diving around the edge of him. A double kill for Papatero. Ronaldo secures a kill onto the last, and down goes Horhor. It's an ace for Verdant, and it's game 1 for Verdant 2.
It was patient and it was disciplined at the end here for Verdant. They didn't want to risk it and potentially throw it away at that Nash. They took their time, they found the opportunity, and they get game number 1 in a 3-game win streak versus Rich Gang here in our best of 5.
Really, really big game there for the side of Verdant. I think they addressed some of the issues that was raised about them in their drafting in that game 1. They need to continue to draft like that, though. I don't want to see them kind of fall into these kind of bizarre drafts that we saw from them earlier on in the playoffs. I think, they thrived here and just locking in a team fight comp and playing it out. There's still plenty of solid champs open and available in this Fearless as well. It didn't feel like too much strong stuff got taken off the board, and Verdant used things like the Rumble, which is a very high priority, effectively to secure a win. So Rumbles counts as a win for them, and it's done. They've got to carry on and see if they can make game 2 work for them. Huge game for the side of Verdant, but they've still got 2 more to go if they want a 3-0 Rich Gang. But Rich Gang, they got time to fight back. Can they do it? We're going to pass it over to the desk to break that game down.
Thank you, Hair Prank. Good job, lads. I like these two, by the way. Curly hair, so fancy. With that in mind, Verdant takes the first one. Rich Gang already with back foot on their series. And it didn't start like that. It started like Rich Gang were taking a little bit of control of the game. But we didn't get to talk about champion select. You brought it up on the Green Room Trouble. They have a lot of poke versus the shields. I don't know if they can survive this.
I mean, okay, technically, if this goes super late game, you've got Xin Galio, Karma, Mantra E, you've got Alistar engaged, like, you've got 4 walls in front of a Sivir, which means that you put all your eggs into Sivir's basket. But I think Verdant did such a fantastic job at isolating Nomi in all of these fights and not allowing him to stand behind his tanks. I feel like a lot of the Rumble ultimates that came from Papatero were so spot on to misposition Nomi every single time.
Yeah, he was putting us so much pressure. The positioning from him, not perfect either, and Papatero took full advantage of that. I want to see more from Rich King here. I was a bit disappointed in how they decided to execute these fights. The game was going pretty well for them, up until they decided to commit for this, for example. Very questionable now. You're tower diving, you wanted the tower initially, you don't end up getting that. You lose a few members as well. I mean, nice play there from No Name to lock up Nomi as well, and it goes a bit back to the problem we've seen before with Rich King, right? Where they don't really know what they want, because do they want the turret here? Then hit the turret. Do they want the tower dive? Then go for the tower dive, and they're caught in 2 minds, and Verdant very easily read the play, and they punish beautifully.
I feel like more importantly right here, Rich Gang had a composition where they had to stick as 5 to make it work, whilst on the other hand, you had Rumble on one side, you could have Jace on the other side, you could actually split push, you could go into lanes, push the waves, get more vision, and unfortunately Rich Gang were stuck into this 5-man bundle that they had to keep moving around together, because that's just what their composition was built to do. That's when they're strongest. I feel like It was a little bit unfortunate because I feel like it made their early game a little bit weaker. Like, I would have so liked to see that Camille over in the top lane and that Galio ending up over in mid. I understand that it's probably not the best matchup that you want into the Jace. However, then you have a second sort of window for attack right there. And I feel like Galio, again, is like, he goes hand in hand with the Camille.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate one, and I'm watching it back, right? I want more from Rich King. I know they can do more, and that's what makes me a bit frustrated here, to be honest, because as we're about to take a look at the fight, right? I mean, know me. You can't be caught like this when you are the one carry. You don't step up for the Q-Pop. That's not your job. You want to play the fight front to back. And props to Ronaldo, because every single fight I thought Nomi finally had caught a window to breathe. He gets poked up by the shock blast. Papi Chiro lays down the red carpet. And despite Nomi trying to play this front to back, his health bar is already 20%, and it just becomes unplayable. Verdant really made this work, and they made it look pretty effortless as well, to be honest.
I see your point of you can't get caught if you're like the DPS, but when the entire enemy team is looking at you and trying to fish you, what can you do? Like, Trouble highlighted it. Whatever you're trying to do, Nomi was like, okay, I'm going to attack this wave. Bam, you're getting collapsed. You can't breathe.
Look at the minimap as well. That was a fantastic flank. Papi Tiro and Ronaldo were hiding in the bush. You've got the flank over from the Rel on the top side, and all you can do as Nomi, I mean, this is your job. Your job is to be guarded, to take down the minion waves. You need that Sivir to be alive, to push minion waves so you can get more vision. He just like, look at the damage distribution on the side of Verdant. You've got double AD poke, you've got Rumble AP topside, and two incredible engaged champions. Like, the game pretty much plays itself.
Yeah, and you can see the small flattening of the curve, right? A bit from past the 30-minute mark. And that was actually the one fight I thought where Nomi had decent... Yeah, but that was the one fight where Nomi had a decent positioning and Puppeteers all didn't hit quite right. He was able to do a lot of damage, and while Rich Gang still lost the fight, they bought them more time and the game didn't end. But the problem was, as you said, Ashram, there was 10,000 gold difference. Had that game been within 2,000-3,000 gold, it would definitely still have been winnable for Rich Gang, but they were too far behind. And I mean, props to Ronaldo. I thought he had a slow start to the split, but once he's gotten warmed up, he's been incredible in the playoffs. I've been a big enjoyer of his ever since we got into this playoffs, and 9-0-10 in the first game, definitely a statement to be made.
Okay, 9-0-10 is impressive, but 1.2k damage per minute? Usually when I see champions like Ezreal, I'm like, screw that, that's fake. You know, you can just keep poking. But Jace might just be a little bit more skilled than when you play your traditional Ezreal. You've got one Q, if that misses usually, there's no more abilities because you're trying to like snipe long range. So it's a much more quote-unquote skill shot to hit. 1.2k DPM, that was insane.
And it's not up all the time. Either you land it or you have to wait a long time before your DPS
so a longer
can
cooldown.
actually contribute. Okay, I just saw this and I'll reply as soon as possible, but I wanted to highlight something, Duckling, and this is for you. I'm gonna hit you with this one. Every single time you get an opportunity to talk about this team, you hit on the Ronaldo. You're like, Ronaldo this, Ronaldo that. But he's keeping up, and he's showing himself. Even on pre-show, you were talking about Ronaldo. What do you think is going to happen with this series? Because you know he's showing up.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I was discrediting him at the beginning of the split. I had looked at his career, I had looked at the trajectory it was heading towards, and it was heading down. Last year, he spent playing in some random French tournaments that I've never heard of before, where, you know, Venom could actually find a lot of that talent. And I thought, was he still just a big name, or did he have the level to play? And when the group stage started, he didn't have the level, in my opinion. I thought he was one of the weakest parts of Verdant. And I'm gonna eat my words, and I'll gladly do it here, because he's proved me wrong in playoffs. He has stepped up, not just for one game or two games, but consistently in one of the best parts about this Verdant roster. It was one of the parts that I doubted, and one of the reasons I didn't predict him top 4, but he has proven me wrong, and if he keeps showing this level, they will definitely get top 4.
I will want to reverse you here because you brought up a very incredible graphic of Ho-Ho's champion pool, and I'm so deeply disappointed to just see him on karma duty, man. Like, get
I'm
this
sorry.
guy off of Karma, dude. We've seen Waves, we've seen Garant, we've seen what was the other? We've seen Echoes, we've seen everything. Vel'Koz is in the mid lane. Zilla, give me some of that spice. Make it difficult for them to play laning phase, to figure out how they want to deal with you in a game plan. I feel like that's what Ho-Oh does so well in a team, bringing those weird, wacky picks that people don't necessarily know exactly how to play around.
Be unpredictable as you're supposed to be. Haha, we got to see the god in the mid lane. What can you show us on the second game, since Rich Gang are going to start on the blue side? In order to jump into that game, we have to jump into a quick pause. We'll be right back to talk a little bit further about the series. I'll see you soon. And welcome back to pre-game 2. So far, Verdant winning this one by a single game after a quick recovery and Ronaldo's outstanding performance. Obviously, Rich Gang are changing sides now to get the B1 priority. And when we look into that, Trouble, do you think this should be a haha priority or anything else? Trouble?
Listen, I was pretending I was muted. I'm not muted this time around.
Okay, I was just wondering, like, I wanted to save you. You got this.
People were doubting me. Foxy and Kiprin, they were doubting me. But it wasn't the case. Okay, I'll learn. I'll live and I'll learn.
You know, because my children told me, like, you probably were muted. Because I'm streaming from my children's room. Continue to All
right. I'm reeling us back in. I was very surprised to actually see Kalista completely ignored throughout the entirety of the draft. And right now, we've swapped the teams. Over on blue side will be Rich Gang. So I'm expecting to see just a little bit more, I don't necessarily want to say an aggressive lane, but more of an assertive lane somewhere on the map that they can play through, that they don't necessarily have to throw their hands up and wait for late game.
This was fast. Welcome to the second champion selected. Oh, Kalista's now banned.
Immediately.
Duckling, you wanted to talk.
Yeah. I think it's mostly the fact that...
blue side.
Yeah, I don't think Rich Gang play it. Nomi, to me, doesn't scream the Kalista play. I can remember seeing him play it in the past as well. Having followed his career quite closely in the Norwegian scene. The Swain ban makes a lot of sense, right? It's a big, strong flex pick on the side of Rich Gang. Nomi, Horhorn, Banderas, all capable of pulling it out if need be. So I expect that to be banned throughout the whole series. If it'll be a 3-0 or 5-game series, don't expect that to be seen. I get the Kalista ban because you don't play it yourself, but I do think it kind of shows a sign of weakness that Nomi is not comfortable enough leaving it open for himself the first pick.
Milligan with the Swain, the Zyda, everything stays kind of stable. The Kalista is the only factor that is changed. What else do you take away? Why the blue side? What is your priority, Rich Gang? Is it jungle?
I'm wondering if they're gonna take away something potentially like a neutralizer, like a Sante Poppy, and go for something like an Ambessa B1 for Banderas. Like, for the love of League of Legends, I need to see a carry coming out of Banderas. Like, I was screaming, give me Camille in the previous game. They were lacking damage, they were lacking the engage, they were lacking the backline access that Camille would give them. Wasn't quite the case. However, Ambessa, it has been very B1able in general. Again, there are neutralizer picks like Asante, like Poppy, but they don't necessarily take her down. It's more about bringing her down, bringing the volume of the aggression down in the laning phase. But later on, we saw what Mid-Tech could do with the Ambessa when it came to the team fights.
Okay, so I'll show us the first pick instantly.
I don't like that because, but that's because I want the flexibility to be one of the strengths of Rich Gang. I don't want them to give away their cards so easily. I want them to be flexing these picks between both top, mid, and AD carry really. And this just says, yes, this is what Banderas will be playing for the whole game. And it takes away one of the strengths that I think really defines Rich Gang and plays into their strength. And that does disappoint me a bit. Obviously, it's Cassante. You can never really complain about it. A very strong champ, and another strong champ left open. Skarner was banned in game 1 by Rich Gang. It's what No Name likes. It's what Verdant really need, right? Some clear engage. You know when the Skarner goes in. You can follow up on that, giving clear direction for the whole team. So very strong pick for them to lock in themselves.
And here comes the Ambessa, and that makes so much more sense, right? You've got a very clear path. It's the Skarner ult into the Ambessa ult, or vice versa. It's just a very, very easy combo to line up right there. And again, Verdant, they did a very similar composition in their game versus Nord, where they won. They also had a Nautilus, so you pile up all that easy engage. And like, again, for Rich Gang, all I'm seeing right here is defense mechanisms. Where's your engage coming from? Where's your aggro lane? Where's your active lane in the early to mid? I know a lot of the teams, especially over in Korea in the LCK, they're flawless, sort of pivoting through that early to mid to late without necessarily losing much on the map. I haven't necessarily seen it that much in EU, and I'm getting worried.
Yeah.
No more scaling.
I'm not feeling confident about this, to be honest. I think obviously when you leave the Skarner open, that's because you want to hate shake it with the Ivan when you play a good Ivan yourself. That's kind of the whole thing we had a lot of at the beginning of the split. I think the Jinx in essence works, but now Mishi gets it. I mean, they're getting a really powerful draft here, Trouble. This is very, very good for Verdant. I think Rich Gang. How has this gone so wrong so quickly? I don't know. I'm really not digging this thing for Rich Gang. I'm not sure what they want to do here. I see what Verdant want to do. I see the power picks they've managed to land as well. I need to see something different, and my best guess, it has to come through the mid lane from Ho-Ho, because he needs to pull out something incredible here for me to get any confidence back in them.
Hey, in my mind, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hui Ban screams Azir to me from the side of Verdant. Literally, if we take what they played versus Nord, it was actually Jace in the top lane for Papi Terror. Right now, of course, since it was played previously in game number 1, it is going to be the Ambassador this time around. However, Nautilus and Azir were the things that rounded up the composition for Verdant. Extremely good picks, both of them. Again, the engage, the disengage that's going through. Lulu being banned away here from the side of Reach Gang. I feel like I don't feel like Obstinatos would have opted for a pick like this. We've seen that Missy plays a little bit more selfishly, because you can play more selfishly on the Rat. And again, the Braum ban here and the Hui scream to me that they want to repeat the Nautilus Azir that they did in their previous best of.
That would be big. They got the first pick afterwards towards the bot side, and then they can save for the mid lane, or even flex it a little bit. There you go. You want the engage? You got the engage. There's the Leona. Nautilus is still available though.
Yeah, the Nautilus is still up, and I really don't know what I want from Rich Gang here, because I want something so different from what they're doing for me to really get any confidence into them. If they manage to play the front to back with the Tabi Kench, it's a good escape tool immediately, but it was only gonna help for a little bit. There are many other. I don't know. I don't feel like there is one perfect solution that can fix everything here, because this feels so wrong already. And despite the Rakan having some engage, I mean, yeah, it gives you a bit of engage, but you don't have enough footage to be the ones engaging. I don't like this. I really do not. I don't feel confident in it.
He's fighting the voices trouble, tell me.
They have the chance to play some strong AD mid laners, such as Tristana, for example. You are picking it blind, however, here, but you need a lane that Ivan can just walk through, E, take a trade, walk through that lane, E, take a trade, walk through that lane, E, take a trade. Cho'Gath's not that pick. It's going to be a Syndra. Not the worst, because at least you have a lane with some setup that you can play through and getting some kills early game on Ho-Ho and some pressure, getting some flashes early on. Now let's see what the reply here will be from Verdant. Again, I think it could potentially be something like the Azir still coming through. Ronaldo seems to be favoring that pick.
Yeah, I think the Syndra helps it quite a lot. It gives you quite a good amount of pick potential, right? If the Ivan hits a Q, or if either the Syndra hits the QE combo, there's follow-up from either SQ or Nick. So I see a bit of that. You get some good bursts as well to try and deal with Mishi. But if he opens up from a far enough range, both Jinx and the Syndra will struggle to get onto him. I'm starting to see a bit more of what Rich Gang want to do. I'm still not the biggest fan of it. I'm definitely going to say Verdant have won this draft, if you want to put it that way. I think they've got a very strong composition. They've set them up to play around their own strength and given, great tools to all their players.
Yet again, they're trying to pick for the late game. Verdant are picking what they picked to get the victory. Can they achieve the 2-0 and put it on match point? We don't know, but after this break, we'll surely know. Take it away, Costers and Arozzi.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Caster Desk. We're getting ready to go into our second game of this series between Rich Gang and Verdant. We both agreed during that champ select, but we do think Rich Gang have probably drafted a better comp than what they did in game number 1. I still think Verdant have drafted the better comp overall though. I'm curious on your thoughts and how you think that this is how you think this game's going to go down, Foxy.
Yeah, well I do think, from a starting standpoint here for Rich Gang, you already have more than just one avenue to play around. You've got that Syndra. Even Cassante in the side lane can be someone that draws a lot of attention and can do some sexy things. So yeah, I like that from that perspective. But it's still kind of standard stuff where you've got your hyperscaling ADC, some utility, some frontline, some engage, and all that lovely business. So I still think it's a pretty simple comp, which is what I like to see from Rich Gang. And on Verdant's side as well, this comp, as Trouble was mentioning, is eerily reminiscent to what they ran against Nord in their best of 3 in the upper bracket. which was the only game that they beat Nord on. So
Yeah.
they did this Twitch ADC, the Azir mid, the Skarner jungle, an engaged support, and then that AD top lane. So, you know, from Verdant's perspective, you know, we've seen them play in pilot composition much like this one, and to great effect versus Nord.
Well, there we go. As we head into the game, are we going to get a little bit of cheese here from Verdant? We already saw Mishi chunk out Ho-Ho and force him back to base. He's actually just a little bit slower to his lane. Now Ronaldo's going to get to kind of play that lane early for free as Obstinatus makes his way over. No Meat just going to eat a chunk of damage here from Mishi. Chunks him out, gets all the stacks on, so that poison dot is going to really tick away as Mishi then just goes back to catching some of the farm. Nice little opener there for Verdant, using this Twitch very effectively. We did see this versus Nord. Mishi, he's proven himself a very capable rat player. Very good at this Twitch.
Yeah, that he is. And we saw some very capable rat gameplay as well yesterday, but level 2's coming through from Rich Gang. Not respected enough from Obstinate. It's gonna blow that flash. But yeah, it was Exafang last game, right? Oh, yesterday, excuse me, last series. He picked up that Twitch and was a complete psycho on that champion. But really made it work. And what's good to note on in this game too, we do not have double TP from the ADCs anymore. We've got 2 combat summoners. And specifically from Mishi, he's gone Ghost Flash on this Twitch. So once he locks in that spray and pray, he's gonna pop the Ghost. And yeah, cause absolute havoc. It just depends on whether his team can protect him enough to allow that to happen.
Well, taking a quick look at where the junglers are and what they're up to. No Name currently heading towards that bottom side of his clear. And next, doing the same as well. But he's a little bit quicker on his clear than No Name right now. It'll be interesting where the attention is, because Ivern, you know, not like a normal jungler. Very fast clear, as you can see. That was like a 3-11, 3-12 clear. He's now already down in bot lane to set up for an early gank. Traps do make the connection onto Mishi. Mishi has Ghost and Flash, though. Goes invisible with a Q. Doesn't burn a single summoner spell. Eats a zap on the way out. That could just afford Nyx the opportunity to get this crab. No Name may just have to move over and get that topside crab, because there is no way you're contesting with the 3 of them.
Yep, just gonna let that one go, and to be honest, he may have to let the topside crab go as well here. If I mean, he's got smite. Yeah, I think he'll be. Yeah, he's just gonna take this one and speed run it down. And Nyx recognizes that, just walks away instead. So yeah, already we've got a much more action-packed early game than what we saw last time around out of these 2 teams. Summoners being blown, a lot of chunks happening as well. I do think, you know, this bot lane is certainly something I'll be keeping my eye on, you know, if I'm these junglers, because we can punish some of the low mobility on the Jinx and the Twitch.
Yeah, well, they go in for the solar flare, not solar flare, Zenith Blade immediately onto Nomi. Mishi able to get a little bit of damage off, but the traps were able to slow him from jumping forward, so Nomi didn't have to burn a flash off the back of that. Mishi really respecting Eski on this Rakan, playing very, very well around him. Not giving him many opportunities to jump in and find an opportunity to set up. As there's the lockdown on to Ronaldo. Last time it was him getting all of the jungle attention from his jungler. This time Nyx able to get a bit of revenge there for Ho-Ho, but still eats a whole heap of damage on the way out.
Ronaldo just chunked down the half here. He is an Azir. Won't care too much considering he's just going to recall and teleport back in anyway. So blowing these TPs early. It is going to be interesting to see how the junglers prioritize these objectives early, because neither of these 2 champs are really skirmishing champions. They're not really scrap-heavy fighters, specifically without Ivan, right? So it's going to come down to a lot of, you know, lane priority and positioning like that. And you can see already Verdant just really quick getting that shove in, and instead of getting the reset off, because they'd already, you know, already have a reset down. They're gonna take the opportunity for Rich Gang to get that reset, and then just take the dragon for themselves. So first objective, easy as you like, going over to Verdant here, and crucially, grubs have not spawned yet, so it's not going to be a handshake of any kind. Just a free dragon, easy as you like.
Yeah, very nice play there. Good recognition to just be able to take that objective. Question is are they going to be able to take the grubs off the back of this? Papatiro actually being currently proxied by Banderas. And nice little roam here from Eski to make sure that They're going to get some vision down. They're going to get control of the area around the grubs, knowing Verdant are going to want to come over and grab it. Mishi was heading towards grubs, but has now decided to actually go towards the bot lane and not sacrifice too much farm. Ho getting heavily chunked out, though. Probably changes the tides a little bit on this grub play. It means Ronaldo's going to be able to sort his mid lane out, get the pressure there. And then that can translate into grubs off the back of that.
Should be our first big scrap happening now around these grubs. Pretty standard stuff for League of Legends around this 6-7 minute mark when the supports roam up and we just get a bit of a potentially a 5v5 happening around that objective. But it seems as though that Verdant specifically don't really care too much about this one. Maybe it's Ronaldo being in the mid lane, not going to be able to help contest or anything like that. But either way, this should be Rich Gang's just to secure, to take away. Question is now, what do Verdant get in response to this? Because there's not really anything to cross map with that dragon being down. I don't think they're looking to do a dive or anything like that onto Nomi, so most likely this is just going to be a free set of grubs for Rich Gang. It's a net positive here and no real response from Verdant.
Yeah, Rich Gang able to kind of capitalize even with Ho getting chunked, the fact that Ronaldo was too low on mana. There's nothing to take. A little scout around in the jungle to see if any camps are up. Nothing up, so No Name just has to kind of waddle back to his own jungle. But the problem is Nyx is now stealing that. Don't know if he's going to be able to actually get it, though, because No Name has made his way over. Ronaldo doing his best just to hold on. And yeah, that camp is not going to be Nyx's. He hasn't got smite. There's no way he can steal it. But yeah, very tame start to the game. A little bit of attempts, a little bit of action has looked to break out, but nothing has really turned into anything concrete yet.
Yeah, both these teams very, very chill in this series. It was a similar situation in game number 1, right? Like this first blood, it took about 10 minutes before it actually came down. 8 minutes going on now in game number 2. Still waiting for the first blood here as well. Teams aren't in any rush to force any plays or to make anything happen, which is quite a stark difference to what we've seen out of some teams here in the NLC. But I feel like you can kind of respect it, especially from Rich Gang's side. They've already been burnt playing versus Verdant, right? Don't want that to happen against. Bandera's getting a lot of damage onto Papatero. There's a lot of respect coming through from both sides.
Papatero quite low, though. Does need to be careful about that, because Banderas, with the all-out available to him, could find an opportunity. Keeps testing the water to see if a gank is possible or a kill onto Papatero is possible, but Papatero slowly regenning back up. Has the cookies as well, to be fair, so does actually have a fair amount of regen on him. And Eris just try and catch as much of this wave as possible. Yeah, it's a very, very chill start to the game.
Makes you wonder when it's going to turn around. Like, there's not really anything to fight over for a little while. Like, we're not getting any of these like pre-6 solo kills like we saw in the Ruddy series against Bulldog. Speaking of that, though, Papatero
dodging away from all of this, able to evade Banderas. Banderas putting some serious damage in. Papatero flashes out, goes in for the ultimate. Banderas falls. Papatero with the solo. What an outplay!
And Mishi falls on the other side of the map as well. So we waited 9 minutes and then 2 kills happen in the same span of each other. Banderas just a little bit too feisty on that one. Gets punished really nicely by Papatero on the Ambessa. That outplay, yeah. Certainly something that Banderas is going to want to have back here as we take a look at what happened in the bot side of the map. Mishi, I think he's just going to get caught. Yeah, there's 3 bad guys there, mate. That is slightly bad odds. 3 versus 1. On the plus side, I guess, for him, at least it was not no immediate kill.
Buys the lockdown. They can put some damage into Ho. They have the ultimate. Shuffles him away from his team. Obstinatus is the one to take the kill. Eski's making his way over, but No Name has got Eski pinned against the wall. Zap from Nomi. Able to close the gap thanks to the Ivern. Flash away to safety. Eski continues to try and put some damage in. No Name very tanky though. There's the Zenith Blade. Ronaldo putting some more damage into Eski. He goes through the goalpost, but Mishi, he's got the ult. The rat is firing away. Nomi has to get some shielding on, but he is burning low. Eski also. Somehow no one goes down, but this should just be a dragon for Verdant.
Pops the ghost, runs with the spray and pray. Everyone is scattered into the wind for the side of Rich Gang. That's a very, very dangerous combo right there. And if Rich Gang aren't in a position to turn it around, then yeah, they really have no choice but to dip. And Eski, super low here, might just fall.
Nice patch there. Eski burning down. I think he only has 1 stack, so it's not going to be too much poison damage. Ho trying to close that gap. Flashes over the wall. Secures the kill onto Obstinatus. The slow wasn't enough. Ronaldo now onto Nomi, but Nomi's got him locked in place with the traps, and No Name will fall. Down he goes. Ho secures another kill. Verdant, just a bunch of misplays, just cascade into complete failure at the Dragon Pit.
They fumbled the bag on this one, did Verdant. They had the dragon just chilling, but they got greedy for the kills. Instead of picking them up, they are the victims this time around. No Name falls, Obstinatus falls. That's 2 extra kills now for Rich Gang, and crucially, they go over to Horhor as well. He's going to be very happy about picking that one up to diversify the damage threats for Rich Gang as well, not just all in on this Jinx anymore. And yeah, you're always pretty scared to see a mid-game Syndra start popping off, and it's heading that way right now for Rich Gang's Horhor.
Yeah, pretty scary for them. Now finish up that Blackfire Torch where Ronaldo is sitting on a lot of the components of his Nash's Tooth, but not quite there yet. No Name is going to turn his attention towards these grubs, play that denial game. And Darius is in the area though. He could look for a cheeky steal, but I think if he goes for that, he either gets himself chunked or killed, and then Papatero takes a bunch of plates. I think it's just going to be the objective handshake, but the other way around this time. Because Rich Gang should be the ones to get the dragon. Don't foresee any action breaking out off that one, as Banderas just need a little bit of damage from Papatero.
He's chilling, all things said though. Rich Gang now able to take away this dragon. They'll be splitting the dragons here. 1 dragon apiece. And crucially as well now, we are very close to the feat of war for Rich Gang. Either way, both these teams are sitting on 2 objectives apiece. So the next objective that falls, whether that's the Shelly or the next dragon, that will claim that feat, right? And for Rich Gang in their situation, yeah, or the tower. You're right. Excuse me, or the tower. If Rich Gang can pick up the tower, then that's that. It's done, right? It's all done. But avoiding that, it's going to be the next objective as well. So either way, it's all on a razor's edge right here for claiming the overall feats.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here. The side of Verdant to try and pull that back, but in jumps Ronaldo, gets the shuffle down. No Name's making his way over. Horhor in some serious danger. Going to get locked in place by the Impale. That's Horhor going down. Ronaldo gets hit by the ultimate, but it matters not. The kill in the mid is Verdant's.
Very nicely done. The redemption from Ivan. Not enough to save Horhor. There's not really too much you can do about that one, to be honest. Especially if you don't have your flash. Just the soldiers from the Azir separating you from yourself and safety. Easy one to pick up right there for Verdant. As Papatero, honestly, since getting that solo kill, has really taken over the top side of the map. Like, obviously, CS-wise, Banderas can still farm, but pressure and the priority from the top is really heavily favored for Verdant now. And so, potentially, with this Herald spawning as the next objective in a minute, could be something that works out for Verdant.
It is brutal for Banderas now. That Eclipse doing Papatero so much good. Able to get a big shove in, but the big problem right now for the side of Verdant is this tower is incredibly low. There's 3 grubs on the Jinx who's now got their Yuntel's Wild Arrows. So if no one goes over to defend that tower, that's just feat of strength. And honestly, it looks like Nomi should just be able to pick this one up unless No Name puts an appearance in. He is in the area. Obstinatus will be spotted out on this ward unless he comes and sweeps it, but that's on cooldown. Nomi is playing very carefully. The vision kind of set up for him by his team means that he can play this as safe as he wants. That first tower feat of strength is not looking that achievable for Verdant right now. They are struggling to really translate their lane pressure into a tower.
Now that the plates have fallen, towers die pretty quickly here. So 1 kill, 1 push could be enough to secure it for you. Rich Gang, though, really want to take this one in bot. I mean, it's exceptionally low, but Verdant are aware of this, and they're positioning in a way that they can defend against the onslaught from Rich Gang. I won't expect too much to happen down here, but we do have the Shelly spawning, right? Shelly is now up. And yeah, Papatero down bot though, that's okay. Yeah, that's getting a bit of a swap here. See what
they don't need Herald
with this one.
They just want to turn their attention towards this tower. Papatero's being run down. Eski has the quickness available to him to keep pressure up onto Papatero, who's just going to look to try and break away. Ultimate available to him, finds the knock-up. Good flash from Papatero. But Nomi secures the tower for himself and his team. Feat of strength in their pocket. Papatero's eating a fair amount of damage off the back of this one. Eski chasing him with the quickness. There's going to be the ult back from Papatero to try and break away. He has no flash. Obstinatus can't defend him, but the champion has a million dashes. In comes the rocket. The scat of the week from Haw secures in the shutdown.
Yeah, Verdant on the other side of the map, they are taking the Herald, but I don't think the Rich Gang care at all. They're able to take first blood turret, get a kill from Papatero, and an inner turret as well for their troubles. Wow, they have really just pushed forward the lead here, and absolutely don't mind losing the Herald for that as a return.
That is a 2k gold lead, but Mishi, he did this to a Syndra before. This time Haw says no, scatters him back. Mishi unable to find himself the kill. There's a 1,700 gold lead between Nomi and Mishi right now.
Yeah, that is significant. Nomi is very much reaping the rewards of taking away those turret spot side. And yeah, I'm not really sure the game plan for Verdant to stick Papatero down bot like you had who was a winning side lane now, a winning top side, and then put him down odd numbered bot. Like, it just didn't really make a lot of sense when that bot side especially was under threat and getting sieged by Rich Gang. So yeah, Rich Gang punishing heavily here, but Banderas now, he, speaking of punished, should be safe. He's still Kazante, pretty tanky boy. He could be able to just chill in this one.
Yeah, they saw where he was, so they're not gonna jump onto No Name here. Picks up a rock, misses the rock as he throws it out to Eski. It is dragon time. As you can see, the Nyx is moving over, got Nomi in his pocket. They're just going to have to trade that dragon off. And honestly, the question is what are Verdant going to get in response? They're looking to take this tower, but Ronaldo's making sure that Banderas loses as much golden XP as possible, as that wave is just going to get whittled down. Ronaldo will secure the tower for his team. And they haven't been able to find an opportunity to use that Herald. They could have maybe plopped it down in the mid lane and tried to take 2 towers off the map. It is very much Verdant who have now kind of had the brakes pressed on them, because it felt like they had such a good control early. And just a couple of bad plays has cost them so much tempo in this game.
Yep, you're completely right on this one. And now Verdant having to find their way back into this game. Their pick is very strong still, right? Having the Leona with the solar flare, having Skarner to then follow that one up and have everyone else jump in. They can make those plays happen. They can find people out of position. Speaking of, No Name.
My VMix is lag, mate, so you're going to have to take this one for me.
Alright, well, that's it. So, No Name is just gone. He's dead. He's out of it. It's Dunzo. Nomi picking up his first kill of the game. Dragon is not available to take, obviously. Rich Gang already took that one, but it is No Name falling in this situation. Verdant not able to pick anything else up on the rest of the map either. You've got Papatero pushing in topside, but there's no turret there anymore.
Yeah, I'm back, by the way.
Mishi, he's back. Excellent. Mishi just not getting too much there either.
Just before a fight breaks out, everything goes wrong. But, I mean, Verdant, everything has kind of gone wrong here. They're 2,000 gold down. Mishi is just exceptionally behind on this Twitch. Has not really been able to achieve much. And he played this to great success before, but right now that is not the case. We'll see the replay, so I finally get to see what actually happened here.
Yeah, this one's for you, Jake. So it seems it's a catch to begin with on No Name. Unfortunately, like, Rich Gang are in position and Verdant simply aren't. Mishi is not here, right? You can kind of see him skying around at the top left of your screen a little bit there, but he was in mid lane, not able to join in.
Oh.
And a 4 versus 3 is bad the best of times, but especially when you're behind in gold.
It's an Infinity Edge Yontal's to just Yontal's pickaxe on Mishi. Like, the item difference between the ADCs is tremendous right now, and Mishi is just eating so much damage. That rocket crit absolutely demolished him. He lost half his health from 2 auto attacks.
It's a tough situation here. Both these ADCs kind of want to do similar things and just right-click people. Twitch is just a little more sneaky with it, you know, obviously with that camouflage on his Q. I think that's what it comes down to, though. You're just going to have to be sneaky with it. You're going to have to find these plays, catch people out of position. It's still very doable here for Verdant.
Oh, hello.
As Rich Gang are a relatively squishy lineup. As, yeah, we've got Papatiro chilling here.
And if he can get Nyx or Ho-Ho, there's shutdowns available. In comes Mishi. He's ghosted forwards. Ho-Ho trying to make a break for it. Scout of the Week has gone down, and Mishi is going to start open firing. The redemption's there, but they keep him pinned. Papatiro secures the kill. In comes the teleport, and now it's going to be another one caught in place. Quickness used by Eski. Not able to get onto Mishi, though, and now he's burning down low. They continue to fire.
Ronaldo!
What? A shuffle from Ronaldo! The whole team! Mishi continues to fire away as Atakan comes in for backup. A shutdown in the pocket of Ronaldo, but Nomi, he's popping off. He's found his opening, and he turns the fight back around yet again. What a fight!
Heroic stuff from Ronaldo. It was looking sick. A 4-man shuffle, but Nomi is simply too big. As soon as he joins the fight, it turns again in Rich Gang's favor. It's the TP as well coming through from Papatiro.
And I don't think he can get there. He's going to have to swim through the wall, but they're looking for the lockdown. That's going to be the interrupt from Banderas. Nomi, he's worth so much gold. Mishi just cashed in. Banderas goes down. Atakan shall be theirs. What a beautiful fight from Verdant.
I think Atakan is going to have to wait just for now, as we can see Rich Gang coming in.
Still chasing.
I don't know if anything's happening here. It is happening. Mishi's dead.
Mishi falls. Dead. Ho-Ho on the run. Obstinatus comes in. Ho-Ho falls to Ronaldo's burns. Obstinatus continues to chase onto Eski as he's able to jump away to safety. And they're just going to guard the Herald, make sure it gets at least a charge off, but I don't think it will. Oh my word, what a turn.
It's got to be stopped by that wave. And to be honest, I can't even blame the observer replay people here, because what is going on? What is happening? It just doesn't stop. Like, yeah, it probably should have stopped right there. We should have been able to see the replay, but nope, we're just endlessly fighting. Rich Gang had such a significant lead in this game and were poised to take everything and to, you know, tie this series up. I know it's early days, but still, they were in a great spot in this one. Just simply, yeah, I don't know. Verdant, they're relentless. They are unstoppable with this continuous pursuit onto Rich Gang's tail. And this is what we're looking for Verdant, and why they've been able to be so successful against Rich Gang, and how they're able to beat them in the upper bracket.
Well, Mishi, he's actually been able to bounce back. Only 1,000 gold between him and Nomi right now, but the fight for the dragon is breaking out. Banderas is going to be the one stepping forward. Look at Papatiro on the flank. There's going to be the steal coming in from Nyx, as now they've got the lockdown. Banderas just steals up Thanatos and absolutely obliterates him. Papatiro is isolated, jumps in with the ultimate. Mishi, he's firing away, but he can't find the opening. Banderas is chasing onto Mishi, but Mishi's now going to slowly turn this one back around. Falling is Papatiro. Mishi isolated. Ronaldo will back him up and make sure he gets out, but the fight went horrifically bad for Verdant. Completely scattered focus, and Rich Gang punish hard.
And now it will be Atakan. This time for Rich Gang. It looked as though they'd kind of been finding themselves in a tough situation with these team fights, and Verdant were able to get back into it. But take a look at this one again. This time, the team fight. Perfect stuff here for Rich Gang. And as always, it's got to be Nomi on your screen that you can take a look at. A cheeky little steal here for Nyx is great. But once you find that easy first kill, Nomi is just chilling, right? He's just chilling. They're so split up here from Verdant. This is not a coordinated engage. And in that situation, it's not like a 5v5, but it was more like a 5 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1.
Yeah,
and those numbers always work in Rich Gang's favor.
Yeah, it was just a series of 1v1s. And they're able to get themselves Atakan off the back of that one. Tower does fall in the mid lane, so Verdant have somewhat opened the map up for themselves, but they now either have to just wait out this Atakan or hope the fight goes really, really well for them. And they don't lose a single person. Jinx down to 3 items. Nomi has his Hurricane finished up, where Mishi quite a way away from that item now. Even with that 800 gold difference. So I'm assuming Mishi probably has a bit of gold in his inventory then, actually.
Yeah, well, yeah, he might be chilling for a bit now, but yeah, we'll see. Pick up that third item will be quite big actually for him. As similar builds coming through, he is looking Oh gosh.
Oh
Yeah.
my word.
Yeah, Mishi could have got deleted there. I think if Ho was more expecting it, that would have been dangerous. But yeah, 4 members strong topside for Verdant. So what did Rich Gang do? They just barrel down mid. I mean, like, okay, sure, chilling. They'll just take all of this stuff. And, I mean, I'm not really sure what Verdant's really doing here.
There wasn't much of a game plan on that one. They went for a pick top. The top pick didn't happen, and they lost a lot for it in response. This gang, they might even be having a look at that Baron. There's a ward there, so you can see that it's going on. Verdant's going to check this. I mean, they've got a blue on Mishi. No Name's making his way over. They do now know it's happening. That Baron is going down exceptionally quick. It's a jinx. He's going to be absolutely ripping through that. Eski's going to try and play interrupt. Mishi's making his way over. Baron gets turned off. No Name flashes away. Solar Flare lands onto multiple members. Remember, the revives are still there, available to Rich Gang. They're just going to make sure they take down Daisy and turn this 5v6 into a 5v5. Ronaldo coming in for the flank angle. He's going to join up with Papatero. Banderas, though, going to play goalie and just keep him out. Ronaldo should be able to break away from this one, although Banderas is continuing to charge forwards into Ronaldo. It has a turret to get underneath and away from. Looks like they've been able to turn that one off for now, but Ronaldo has to flash to get away from the scout of the week. Eski misses the knock-up. There comes the turnaround. Finds himself the knock-up. Papatero looking for Eski, but he's already down. Nyx is now going to look for Papatero in response. The Boulder Toss will slow them down, but the Zap comes in for the lockdown, and Papatero goes for the turnaround onto one. Takes out Eski. The revives wore off just at the worst time for them. They do lose their support. Can they stop this Baron?
It's going to be a difficult one. It may just be a potential still candidate here for No Name. Mishi is staying around. Yeah, this is
Solar Flare in 8 seconds.
Risky. This is risky here for Rich Gang.
They're going to look for it any second now. Ho-Ho's made his way over. The lockdowns onto everyone. Solar Flare doesn't quite make the mark, but Mishi's free firing away. They're in the Baron pit. Banderas jumps onto the backline. Mishi's down. Obstinatus has to flash over the wall. A double kill to the Jinx. And a complete failure from Verdant yet again. They crumble. A triple kill goes to Nomi. And the Baron too.
3 kills in the pocket. A Nomi. Baron buff in the pocket. A Rich Gang. And it was Ho-Ho's TP, the flank, that really ruined that play there for Verdant. At this point as well in this game, 30 minutes in with a 6,000 gold lead and that Baron buff.
It's the bushes, man.
Finally, Rich Gang have an advantage. And this is, I feel like Ronaldo's, he stays here for a long time, right? Considering he flashes at this point. He could walk away at any time here. He can walk now. He just doesn't want to. I don't know whether he thought the revives were going to disappear a little bit earlier or that he could do a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure, but there was 5 members strong right there for Rich Gang. He overstays and dies. Papatero overstays and dies. Yeah, the trading, Eski there is totally worth it. And yeah, just, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Ronaldo's been spotted in this bush.
Yeah, but he's on his own. He's going to just get blown up. Ronaldo. What was that?
Mate, yeah, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Firstly, this is now Soul gone, by the way, for Rich Gang. That's the Mountain Soul claimed for them. Maybe it's just the belief that this game is kind of gone a little bit out of reach here. And with that in mind, that you've got to make these kind of risky plays. Maybe there's like a 90% chance you lose this game, and if you go for that play, there's a 20% chance it works. So in that case, it's good. I don't know. One of those situations, potentially. But it's, yeah, that is... that looked kind of sus, didn't it? That did look kind of sus. It was right there in that situation.
It was a pretty questionable play from him. And honestly, though, while there's been questionable plays from him, I think the whole team has seemed a little bit disorientated in this game too. Like we've highlighted time and time again, the fights are very scattered. They're fighting on multiple different fronts. We're seeing, Mishi isolated from his team, Papatero finding a flank angle, but then the flank angle gets shut down and he's just left completely isolated away from everyone. It's like you said after that dragon fight, it's just a series of 1v1s for all happening exceptionally close to one another. And I think if they played as a unit in a cohesive unit, that Twitch could do a lot of power, have a lot of power and bring a lot to the table. But when you're playing versus a team who are playing as that 5-man unit and that Jinx is able to just get the reset after reset and just continue to fire away, it's incredibly hard to challenge that. And yeah, Verdant, 10% chance is probably a good number right now. They are struggling. They are struggling is probably the best way to word that.
Yeah, Verdant certainly are. And this is a little bit uncharacteristic of the Verdant that we have seen up against Rich Gang in the 3 games previous, right? Yeah. Which Verdant was able to always find a way to win around that 25-minute mark. Like, if they weren't winning already, then they would, they'd find something and they'd make it work. And we actually almost saw that in this game, right? We almost saw it in that Atakan fight, or the fight topside near Atakan, where it was just that endless fight, the 100 Years War. And Verdant were able to come out on top. They got the shutdown against Nomi onto Mishi as well. So, the Twitch is getting fed from Jinx. And at that point, you think, oh, they've done it again. Verdant's done it again. Rich Gang, they've done it again. But no, just tenacious were Rich Gang in finding their way back into this. And they're at a commanding lead right here. Really dominant position. It's going to be tough right now for Verdant to turn it around.
I mean, it comes back to draft once again, where I genuinely still stick by the fact that I think that Verdant had a better draft. But the difference is this time, I think Rich Gang actually have a team. They have a team comp that they can play. And they've been able to isolate and kind of play it really well. They've picked up, solo kill after solo kill, and just this Jinx is just snowballing in power. And there was that moment where we saw Mishi get a bunch of shutdowns and a bunch of kills, and suddenly that gold gap had shrunk down to 1,000, and then immediately that's followed by a team mistake, and then the gold gap grows even further between the two teams, and it's just going to be one of those games where Verdant either have to kind of just accept that this may be a little bit of a rough one for them, or find that opportunity to come back. And at this point, your opportunities are depth rushes, like we saw from Ronaldo, but you kind of need to have a plan and not just sit in a bush and then go, oh, there's 3 of them, I better go. It looks like this tower's probably just going to fall.
Yeah, the map is not long for Verdant right here. And with it, they need to get a little bit more time. They need to find that engage with for Mishi, and potentially even a good divide from Ronaldo, who has just spawned.
Now is the time. The damage. That's going to be the opening. They're going to put some damage down onto Nomi. Nomi's picked up, but the lockdown onto Mishi secures his demise too. They've already got 1, and now Papatiro will fall. Banderas keeping them completely isolated away from their team. Ronaldo will try to fire out, but that is just a huge amount of damage. Ronaldo comes in. What a shuffle under the tower. A triple kill for Ho-Ho. The shields are too big. There's the ace, and that will be the base to follow. Rich Gang strike back in game number 2.
It was a great, valiant effort from Verdant in the end to save this game, but Rich Gang just a little too far ahead, just a little too strong, and finally they find a way to strike back against Verdant.
Absolutely brilliant game there from the side of Rich Gang. They recognized every mistake and they capitalized on it very, very well. Nomi got his redemption game as well, because game 1 was not great on that Sivir. Switching up to the Jinx did really, really good, and there were concerns from the desk, and I think there were completely fair concerns, but Rich Gang are leaning too much into scaling ADCs. This time, the scaling didn't matter because Nomi just got into the game so quick.
Yeah, honestly, and they were great across the board here, Rich Gang. And it was a little bit, not what we were expecting to see from Verdant. They were a little bit uncomfortable, it looked like, in this one. But for me, very positive signs for Rich Gang, because the areas where they had struggled in previously, specifically those kind of like early to mid skirmishes, they had 1 gaff, but apart from that, looked a lot more solid. So good news for Rich Gang.
A much better game for Rich Gang, and this now just means we're into a best of 3 with 10 champions removed. We are going to throw it over to the desk to break that game down, so we'll see you in a moment.
Thank you so much, Brian. At this moment, we do have 20 of them removed from the table, as Trouble Lake is just sipping on the tea, because we have a lot of tea to discuss. I think the Protect the President is working now for Rich Gang, and it looks like we're going that route.
Yeah, I think the first thing that I just want to say is, I mentioned in game 1, I wasn't happy with Nomi's positioning. Way better here in game number 2. He played behind his front line. There was still a few mistakes. It was not perfect, but more often it was very hard for Verdant to get into Nomi, whereas in the first game he was often on the wrong side of it or trying to find the right angle, and he chose the completely wrong decision. So good improvement from game to game there from him, and that made the comp all of a sudden look very competent. I was very against it, but they showed me they were able to execute it, and they proved me wrong.
I feel like they capitalized so well onto Verdant's mistakes. I feel like Verdant went for something that they already knew. That was the composition. What kind of the composition? Main pieces were the Skarner, the Azir, and the Twitch were still the same that they won versus Nord. And it seemed very easy and very cookie cutter to the point where they would just point, click, engage, kill a champion, move on. There was so much self-adaptation through Mishy choosing his angles on the Twitch to play those fights. But I felt like nothing looked cohesive. No Name was just walking into the river on his own. Skarner, great, super tanky. You're not gonna go 1v4 though, you're eventually gonna fall. There were no carries around. Obstinatus, I think like I got ulted more than the Summoner's Rift did from that Leona. I just felt like Verdant was so miscoordinated throughout this entire game that Rich Gang did such a great job at just shutting down every single time they saw someone overextended. They absolutely punished that. They put the kills onto a key target as well, which was the Jinx. And I feel like Nomi did a fantastic job at getting shielded by Ivern and just auto-attacking his way forward.
And when you have the Ivern versus the Skarner, you know what the plan is. You want to demolish that idea of going in. And we had a lot of replays. This specifically, who wants to guide me through this one? Because it's big.
Yeah, it's a very messy one. I was sitting in the green room here saying, don't use your Ihaha on the wave to save it, because we knew Puppeteer was in the bush. You do want to buy some time, but Mishy, as you know, was hiding, and he's able to find the initial engage. And this is a very confusing fight, because at this point you're thinking, Verdant, they've got one carry, they just need to play this front to back. Mishy is doing what he can, but as Ronaldo finds a great scoop, this should have been the nail in the coffin, but a good quick flash from Nomi, and then they can't get onto him anymore. He's all of a sudden untouched. Mishy has already used his ultimate. That is one of the big damage dealers that can touch Nomi, and he just gets to get excited, and we know what the Jinx can do when excited. The fight, I think it ends around this point, maybe one more dies, but the main point is that Rich Gang managed to stop the Artican from going over, and that was the main point after losing the initial engage.
I actually feel like I'm seeing this from a completely different lens. This was a fight which Verdant was down a lot of gold on, and they found the angle through Ambessa in that brush to try and get a triple kill onto Twitch as well, which was very needed. That Rat was absolutely starving, I feel like, from the early game, and this was a fight where they completely turned the whole game on its head, and I'm like, this is a game-winning fight for Verdant. The fact that Nomi got the excitement right there meant that they couldn't commit to the Atakan because Jinx was gonna pick him off one by one. But if we play the next clip, then this is what kept happening over and over again, where they just kept walking forward, getting picked, and the team fights kept going over to Rich Gang's way.
I think this might be it as well. This was hard to pilot for Mishy. Poppy was trying to look for the flank, but it's not the easiest one. And even though you have a front line and you try to set it up, Poppy was just fighting versus Daisy.
Yeah, and I think that's the big problem, right? Like, when he can into the fight at the right time, he's already down to half HP when he finally comes in. And Mishy only gets hit in the support. At this point, the problem is Banderas is too tanky. Those Mountain Drakes on a Kazante has really gotten to work those shields, so Mishy couldn't cut through the HP bars, and I think that's also one of the biggest problems they had in this game, because the few times Mishy got a good engage, was really hiding and found a good angle, the shields from the Ivern, the Mountain Sword at the last fight as well, was simply too much, and they were so tanky, despite the health bars seeming quite low initially.
Thought they were brewing something troubleless. Yeah, I think we pretty much summed up the game, and when you look into the damage, Mishy tried his best, but it was not an easy to pilot game, while Nomi got protected constantly. Meanwhile, Ho-Ho was more capable with this champion to provide some assistance, not only be a shield bot, but it looks like we're going through the route as well of protecting the AD carry. I'm not saying they were able to succeed on the first game, but it was surely what they were aiming for in the second game as well. Is this something we should expect as we move forward, or do you believe it needs some adaptation, at least coming in from Verdant?
I feel like if that's what Rich Gang is very familiar with in terms of protecting Nomi and putting all their eggs into his basket, usually the later these drafts go, the more you'll see Enchanter supports coming through, because all of the engage will go either into a pick or a ban. It's hardcore fearless, you won't be able to pick it later on. Suddenly the Lulus and the Milius and the Janna start coming out. And again, I've said this before, this is Easter time for all AD carries. They love shields and utility and speed ups on themselves because they're selfish people like this. Why else do you think they chose to play AD carry, you know? And I feel like for Nom in particular, to leave all jokes aside, and Rich Gang, because this is the way they like to play the game, it's only going to benefit them going forward.
So, moving forward, we're waiting for the next game. I do have information that Verdant picked the blue side for the game 3. I suppose it, like that's a priority pick, is getting more value as we go down on the lower bracket. We'll make a quick pause. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. Game 3 about to start in this one. Lower bracket, whoever loses is out. See, I didn't say in trouble. We're about to jump into Champion Select, and what can they pick? Kalista being ignored, Wukong still waiting, but Skarner was already played, and almost the first Skarner to lose at NLC, by the way. This is important.
Yes, it happened! It happened again! I wanted to see. I forgot I could hear him. I forgot I could hear her in Discord, so I got very disappointed when I actually heard what she was saying. But it's because she was muted in the VMix. We didn't chat again. It happened again. I love this, man. I love my job. Go on, Truffle. What were you gonna say?
I'm just kidding. I'm gonna mute this time around. I was just kidding. I was just trying to bait you. I wasn't muted this time around. Wait, where's DJ? Bring the draft. Someone save me, please, man. You know, work since 5 a.m.
Duckling, your prediction when you look into it. You were doubting Rich Gang. Are you a believer now? Tell me. Well, never mind. We jump into Champion Select. We're about to... There you go. All those champions up there are gone. Out.
To be honest, at this point, I don't know what to believe. Because I like what Rich Gang had going for them in the first game, but they weren't able to execute on it. In the second game, I didn't like what they had going on, but they were able to execute on it. Both of these teams clearly have hands at times, but at sometimes, maybe their mouse gets unplugged. I don't know. They're making some pretty bad mistakes. They need to clean that up a bit, because you can definitely see the ceiling that they have and that they are able to reach is pretty good. I'm actually sometimes impressed by them. They're looking really good at times, but we need to see them more consistently. In terms of the draft though, nothing unusual so far. We're seeing the Corgi again, the Kalista ban, the Pantheon and Swain as well. So, you know, the things we saw banned in game 2 will remain, and that's a pretty typical trade, I want to say, in Fearless Draft.
I'm wondering right here if Verdant, they're not going to ban the Varus, they ban the Mel themselves. So I'm wondering if this is going to be a Varus B1. Extremely dominant in lane. And I feel like after Nomi had the performance he did on the Jinx, I feel like it's a great opportunity to grab the Varus and establish some dominance over early game in the lane. You still have a bunch of champions like the Nautilus as well that you can pair up with that to sort of create that engage. But
if that's the idea, it's gone with the adaptation coming in from Rich Gang. But Zyda was left alone for the first time, and No Name picks it up. I believe it's
No Name, not someone I would characteristically think of as Syra. And I said that earlier in the split. And then he played a Syra game and looked really, really good at it. So, you know, he won me over. I believe he can play it and pilot it very well. I do question Verdant's Mel ban. I'm someone who doesn't believe that Mel is that strong in the meta currently, and she's very hard to play around, and she needs to be very far ahead. So I very much disagree with that, but you know, it is their decision. As now we are talking. This is what I want to see from Rich Gang. We're at this point in the Fearless Draft. I want to see them do something unorthodox. I would suspect this Diana to go jungle, but it can definitely be flex. You know, old school Diana mid lane. Anyone saying no to that?
Could pull it off.
Like blind picking Yasuo right here is not the greatest choice at all. You have the chance, as Duckling mentioned, to sort of locking in. If that gets locked in right here, which it is, it kind of tells me that they do want to go with an all-in composition. Jin is one of those AD carries that really thrives playing sort of in the backline. You can play from like 3 screens away, especially when you ultimate. So having the Diana, I feel like Rich Gang are looking for some sort of all-in composition, which will be completely different than what they have played in the previous 2 games. And this time around, Nomi not on a hyper carry. He's going to be on the Jin, which means that the attention will fall on the other side of the map. And as I do have R5, I'm here. If I could be on my knees, I would be, but you won't see me on the camera. I really hope Banderas gives us some glimpse of that 2020. He locked in now. That's your Camille. That's you. That's you. That's you, Banderas. That's a Camille angle right there.
Irelia, you can go for those one. You can be wild on the top. You know it. Yasuo could probably be picked. If picked, later on, yeah.
True.
Yeah, there are many options. I do want to see them keep the mid lane pick open in particular on this red side, so that they can try and hide a bit what Ho will play and how the flexibility will play around, right? Because for now, at the very least, in my opinion, I view this Diana as a bit of a flex. I'm pretty certain it'll go jungle, but the fact that you have the option of pulling it into the mid lane can change a few things around in the ban phase here. Maybe they ban up mid laners and then you just put it mid lane. You know, keeping your options open, always a nice thing in my opinion. The Misfortune gone, so very clearly Rich Gang targeting the AD carries as the Akshan gets banned. Okay, so coming out a bit more of Ho-Ho's pool here. Okay.
Well, they're expecting the Diana to go into the jungle, so they're expecting AD mid lane to come through from Ho-Ho. I am not the biggest fan of Braum Jhin. Jhin is one of those champions that does not proc the passive from Braum really quickly. However, they do have a very strong level 1 from the set of Rich Gang, which is something that Verdant should already be accounting for. And let's see, there's still Tristana over in the pool. There's still Yasuo, there's still Yone. There's many AD champions that can go over in the mid lane. Are you willing to blind pick and go for something like an Ornn top lane? Because I have honestly given up on the Camilla at this point.
Banderas.
Banderas, yeah, I want to see him go for something that has the damage. The agency we like to see from him and that we saw, as Trouble says, in his 2022. If it's the Camille or not, that's not the big decider for me, but something where he gets to be expressive and express his skill. I think the Jax fits that bill in my opinion. You have some carry potential, you have some scaling potential, and if you get ahead, you can definitely be the deciding factor of a game. So that's nice to see. I mean, the big question mark is still who will go mid lane, or what the mid lane champ will be for Ho-Ho. And let's keep our eyes on Verdant for now, right? They need to get the rest of the lineup secured. The Tristana could be a possibility. We'll have good waves clear in the mid lane. They obviously need an AD mid lane as well, right? With an AP jungle. So Tristana likely to go into the mid lane, but instead they choose to put a bot in. Yeah. Okay. That's a very aggressive bot lane. I like that. I like the 2v2 they've got down there for themselves. I think they can win that.
I feel like I'm looking right here and I'm seeing a lot of priority for Verdant in the bot lane and the mid lane, and I'm looking for a champion that can outrange Hwei. There's not many of them. However, Ho-Ho does play Vel'Koz. That would be too much AP on the top side of the map. However, you can pull actually Diana over in the mid lane top.
That's the Sion
mid. Top?
That's the Sion mid. Ho-Ho has played this multiple times competitive again. That's the point I made earlier, right? I didn't put Sion on the list because there were so many different champions. But Ho-Ho, he plays whatever the team needs. Sion mid, it hasn't been in the meta since it was played by a team at, like, I think 2021 EU Masters. But now it's back in the meta because Ho-Ho, he makes the meta. He plays whatever he wants. I love this. I like this. This is what I like about Rich Gang.
Okay, now we're getting the unpredictability we talked in the pre-show. Now we're seeing it. Meanwhile, it looks like Ronaldo will be the one using the Tristana, and Meshi will play the AP on the bot side. Well, a lot of curveballs. Tell me, Trouble, to finish this up. Tell me, let me know.
Well, I'm just really enjoying what Verdant have right here. I see a ton of damage, very easy engage, a lot of range coming from them. And when I look at Rich Gang, I see burst through Diana and very little consistent AD coming through. I feel like Rich Gang, again, they are lacking damage, I feel like, for that late game. So I'm leaning towards Verdant on that one.
It looks like it's going to be an explosive one, and we have to jump into the Rift as fast as possible. So I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Caster Desk. We're getting ready to go into game number 3 of the Rich Gang versus Verdant series. And game 1, very decisive. Game 2, I hate Trouble. I just saw
Oh no, you done it too.
No, I wasn't muted. She just got me.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm gonna get you back in Nottingham for that
worst.
one, Georgia. I'm gonna get you back so bad. Yeah. What happened? What are we thinking about game number 3? I'm so angry right now. I'm so angry at her.
Yeah, game number 3. So I think it's interesting stuff right from the get-go. Sion mid for Ho-Ho. Obviously, I was kind of hoping we'd see the Garen from him because when we had that Diana lock-in the jungle, it was screaming AD mid, and we saw Ho-Ho play Garen before, and he had 400 CS, 32 minutes, and broke loads of records and all that disgusting stuff. So, yeah, I wanted to see that again. Unfortunately, we got Sion instead, but that's still pretty unique stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just fearless stuff. It's fearless stuff. So it's fun.
It's interesting because we talked about this. Well, the desk talked about this quite a lot. But Ho-Ho has a very diverse champ pool.
Mm-hmm.
And this is him showing it off. A Sion mid. I mean, The laning phase is going to be a little rough. He's going to get heavily out-traded by Ronaldo at range. And yeah, I mean, that's all I can really say. Ho is going to get... I'm just so angry at Trouble. I'm just so angry at Trouble. For anyone who doesn't understand what just happened, she typed into the Discord, but I was muted. I wasn't. And I fell for it. So yeah, she will pay. She will pay tenfold.
Slight comms issue here on the caster desk. Yes, so some things to take note of real quick here. The amount of teleports on the map, 6 of them on out of 10 champions. Banderas is fishing for his 1 gold in the river, which genuinely does happen. You can fish up 1 gold. Here he comes. There you go. 1 gold. He's now 1 gold richer. That's why he's part of the rich gang. And it's basically GG. Top gap already. I'm a bit disappointed that the UI doesn't display that difference in gold. It just says 0.0. It's a shame. But either way, yeah, we're probably just chilling top side mostly. And it's really the bot lane that's interesting, right? Because I'm with Trouble. I don't like Jhin Braum as a combo. It's very hard to pop the Jhin passive on that one. But it does protect Jhin from engage, which is something that he otherwise can struggle with. But on the other side, something like the Hui combined with the Nautilus can have actually some pretty aggressive potential there. So might see something happening down bottom.
Yeah, we really could. Well, now it's just early game though. Both junglers will be clearing in the same direction. I know actually has a very fast clear. I mean, Zyra famed for her clear speed, but I see Nyx just move up towards that top side as well. A little bit slower on the punch. Those walls took a little bit longer. It will be down. No. Gonna continue to hold their lead right now on their clear. Interested to see what they can do with that faster clear. Looks like the answer is invade. See if they can steal this away. I mean, they haven't got smite. Nyx have to be careful here. Don't know if they spotted it out. We'll see this one going down, but they have the smite. That's the big thing here. Grasping Roots do make the connection. Ronaldo is just going to jump over the wall, finds the slow, follows with the blast cone. They can just chase. Nyx has to flash. No Name steals the camp. And I guess this is what happens when you lock in the Sion mid versus the Tristana. You are just going to, unfortunately, struggle a little bit just because you're going to get shoved in early and your mid can roam. So, steals a camp and a half.
Yeah, I mean, he got the big one and the little ones that popped out there as well from the Crow camp. So that's really good stuff for No Name. That's essentially 2 camps taken for him and really putting Diana behind. Diana's a champion. Does like to clear fast, does like to focus on those jungle clears, but she's a carry style champion, right? Especially when you've got Sion, Jhin on your team, not the highest damage options. You're expecting to get some damage from your jungle. And putting her behind, making it so that she is having to play on a limited budget, especially right away, is impactful. And this is a champion as well. Big power spike on that Nash's Tooth if she opts into it for those jungle clears. So delaying that again, very good stuff.
No, Ronaldo just continue to train versus Ho here. You're not really having any damage to kill a Sion at this point. It does look like Nyx is thinking about showing up here in the bot lane. Maybe a little bit hard. There's a lot of wave clear. And Obstinatus is just being the bouncer to that point of entry. He's just going to sit underneath and not really able to do much. Ronaldo slowly just chipping away at that tower. Rich Gang, other than bot lane, actually having a really rough time underneath their towers right now. Early start has been very, very strong for the side of Verdant.
We've got some powerful ranged versus melee situations in the solo lanes here. Tristana is going to get the push in onto Sion and have that advantage. And similarly for Gnar. The thing that kind of sucks for Ho specifically in the top side, like, it becomes easier to handle Tristana once you get a little bit of armor, some items under your belt. But unfortunately for Ho, there's a lot of magic damage on Verdant's side. So even if you take some early armor, you're still going to be relatively squishy for the rest of those team fights. You know, when it comes to facing versus that Wei, versus the Zyra, you're not going to have a lot of resistances versus that one. So it can be a bit of a tough situation for the tanks here on the side of Rich Game.
Well, looks like the Banderas jumps in onto Papatero. Papatero's keeping the pressure up onto him, gets the hyper proc off. No name, just needs to land the E. And a bit of damage. There's going to be Banderas' flash to break away from that one. Ronaldo did take a pretty rough trade here versus Ho-Ho. He gets heavily chunked out, but Ronaldo's able to clear the wave. There's going to be the jump under the tower from Ho-Ho. He gets buster shotted back and has to flash out himself. 2 ults, 2 flashes invested, but Ho-Ho has to go for the reset. Ronaldo has teleport, so he can just head back, grab some items, and disappear. Well, come back to the lane. I'm curious what he's going to go for his first item. So BF sword, so probably Yuntal's. It's interesting if we could see like a Kraken Slayer build or a Orc build from the Triss, but I think we're sticking with a pretty standard, tried and tested stuff here from Ronaldo.
Yeah, speaking of tried and tested, Zyra speed running through the jungle. And they're taking those grubs as well, which is, again, you have all that AoE damage. It's so easy to take away the grubs. Rich Gang and Nixir having to play off of the priority achieved from bot side. But I don't think Verdant want to give this one up for free. If they can't burn this dragon down, then there could be some trouble. Ronaldo, No Name, they're both coming in from mid.
Yeah, can they make it in time is the question. Nix needs to try and make the break away. He is able to secure the dragon, but it comes with his life as the cost. First blood to No Name.
The first kill of the game. They're the quickest first blood that we've seen here in this series. Had some slow early games up until this point. But yeah, that's worth it. Nix will take that one. Yeah, he dies, but he gets dragon, and he'll be okay about that. Taking that trade there, and yeah, it is though for Verdant already. It's not the biggest lead in the world, but at 7 minutes having a 1,000 gold lead, you can just see right across the lanes and specifically in the jungle. Just small advantages starting to accrue now for Verdant, and that is somewhat to be expected with the superior lanes that they have here, that range versus melee in both the solo lanes, getting a little bit of an advantage.
Well, looks like everyone's going to cool off after that little play. Nishi catching farm underneath his tower. I'm going to be interested how Nomi's going to pilot this Jhin as we get later into the game. I mean, the good news for him is it's actually a relatively squishy team. Jhin typically kind of struggles versus the tanks. Very limited in his just output of damage when it comes to dealing with tanks. He's not a consistent damage dealer. He's more burst ADC. But that looks like Ronaldo might just get solo killed. Eski slides in, comes to him for the ignite. Ronaldo is consistently disrespecting Ho-Ho's damage on this Sion as Mishi now getting run down here by Nomi. He's going to look to try and make a break for it, but Nomi actually may just get this kill. There's going to be the secure. Nomi goes down. Sorry, Nomi gets a kill. Mishi goes down.
Yeah, solo kill right here for Nomi. 1v1 in the bot side. The Jhin doing work with those Swifties as Banderas, he's now in trouble. This Narbar is about to fill up. Oh, he can't run away from the turret though. The dive is on.
Yeah, can they actually make the kill happen? Banderas looking for the counter-strike, but the action's not going to break out there. Caught by the Stranglethorns. They continue to fire on to him. Patero on the tower. No Name tanking. No Name almost goes down. Secures himself the kill. They fire back beautifully.
Perfectly juggled there by Verdant to avoid dying to the turrets. Juggling that aggro, making it so that No Name does not fall. Here's the solo kill again. So you can see Mishi's already a little bit low as he pushes up here and doesn't respect the Swifties. Plus that immediate speed up that you get from the fleet footwork, it looked like there as well. So yeah, Mishi just not... Yes, Nomi's just a speed car already. One item in and he's just making it work. Nice little solo kill right there. Bit of disrespect from Verdant's bot laner.
Yeah, big disrespect actually, to be fair. Mishi should have just recognized, but that has kind of been Verdant's real fault in this series. Is there has been a lot of disrespect to some of what Rich Gang are able to do. Time and time again, they kind of fallen victim to it. I mean, Ronaldo twice has actually taken some pretty bad trades versus War. Last time actually resulted in him going down, but right now he is... I think he learned his lesson. He's just backing off.
It's going to be harder and harder as this game goes on for Ronaldo to actually do any meaningful damage versus Ho-Ho as well. He is going for that Sunfire, or maybe even the unending... It could be... No. Going for the Sunfire most likely for that first item.
Oh, hello.
Here we go. We got to fight.
Nyx Jungle Thorn's breaking out. Nyx lockdown taken out. Eski will be next up on the menu. Double kill to Ronaldo. And he has suddenly just gotten accelerated. They couldn't even finish No Name. 18 HP. And a triple kill onto your mid laner. Verdant. Lovely little turnaround, that one.
6 grubs as well now in the pocket of Verdant. 3 kills for Ronaldo. It's not looking too good right here for Rich Gang. That is significant, right? Tristana as well. You've got to think, if she gets some kills and she goes into a side lane, that's going to be exceptionally hard to stop, right? If she gets pushing, she'll start knocking down these turret plates really, really easy. And you don't have a great answer to it, right? On the side of Rich Gang. So, yeah, those early kills, not going to be very beneficial here for Verdant. As you can see, it just starts with Nautilus finding a nice little hook. Nyx not going to last too long. Following down by Eski. And this TP from Banderas, yeah, slightly unfortunate. And the most important thing to notice about that as well is Rich Gang only had 4 members there, whereas Verdant had all 5, right? Nomi was down bot lane chilling, doing Jin things, whereas Mishi had actually come up to the top side of the map. So really nice punish right there by Verdant.
Now with the dragon up, Verdant. This could be the first time this series they've secured feat of strength. Especially with the fact that Nomi is now actually moved over to the other side of the map where the objective is away from. You can also see Nyx in the area. I'll have a look at junglers. Oh, because No Name's actually also top side. But that feat of strength, either through tower or through that last jungle objective for Verdant, all they're really going to need here. Ronaldo with the Yon tiles. Very, very scary. 6 grubs as well. You get a heap of damage off here. Eski does block that final water attack. So the charge isn't too bad, but that tower takes a pretty hefty chunk off the back of that one. Papatero, ultimate available. Don't think he's going to dive Banderas, although that is a horrific amount of damage from the Wallop.
He's struggling big time in that top lane. I know he just, he died, but Papatero, man, he's got like a 30 CS lead over Banderas. And it's mostly been, at this point, 1v1. But here comes the Scion train.
Well, they've got the backup. Papatero, no Mininar available to him. The flash forward from Ho-Ho as Papatero, you're going down. Nyx secures the kill. Comes at the cost of that top lane tower. And for the first time this series, Verdant have secured themselves a feat of strength. Lovely play by them.
Yeah, over 3,000 gold advantage right now as well. I've said this, right? With Ronaldo going into a side lane, how are you going to stop this if you're Rich Gang already taking down that turret? Here comes the teleport, by the way. Okay, we're getting a contest for this dragon. Rich Gang, do they have an answer?
Well, Banderas is going to pay with his life. Down he goes. No, does need to get over to the dragon in time. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about it. Just give that one over. Second dragon to Rich Gang. Rich Gang, the question now is, are they going to be able to contest this bot lane tower? Ronaldo's already here. 6 grubs, got the wave set up. It's a Tristana. That satchel charge is going to rip through that tower as No Name is trying to keep the members of Rich Gang away. Mishi and Obstinatus have also made their way over. Rich Gang are just going to have to sack their second tower. And there's a lot of gold that's been injected into Ronaldo this game. He had a relatively good showing on the Azir. A couple of iffy plays in game number 2, but he probably was the biggest shining light for his team in game number 2. This time he's getting all of the gold, all of the injection of the cash, as there's another. Mishi takes the kill as Nyx just goes down.
Yeah, it's a little bit too easy right there, isn't it, for Verdant? Just step charge and free kill. Easy as you like. Tristana keeps on pushing in the side lane. Ho-Ho is going to try and answer, but at the end of the day, yeah, that's about as much as going to happen here in that matchup. Ronaldo will have consistent pressure on the side. Has now roamed from bot towards this mid side. Eski's in trouble now.
Good enough. Papatero gets the lockdown onto Nomi. Eski's going low. Buster shot comes in from Ronaldo to secure the kill. Lockdown from Banderas, but Mishi's able to flash away, and now Banderas can't stop anything as he's caught by the W from Mishi. Papatero takes the kill. Ho-Ho gets a little bit of a slow off, but Papatero can just jump over the wall to safety. And I don't think Rich Gang are going to get anything else.
Oh, Mishi.
He's chasing onto Mishi. Mishi looks to break away, but Ho-Ho connects the damage and secures the kill. In comes the hook, though. It's going to be Nyx in danger. Ronaldo can chase forwards if he wants to. Decides to cool it off. Gets caught by the knock-up. Ronaldo continues to fire away. And Ho-Ho, his health bar is just liquefying here to the Verdant members. Finds himself a knock-up. But but he still goes down in the meanwhile to Ronaldo, who will be able to break away from him. Banderas looking to come in, can't do anything. Ronaldo secures the kill. Papatero escaping the deadly flourish at the end. This game's looking a lot more one-sided.
Yeah, it is all falling apart right now for Rich Gang. 6,000 gold deficit at 15 minutes. Verdant have complete control of every facet on the map here. Mishi is just going to get run down by Ho-Ho. Not too much you can do about that one, unfortunately. But Ronaldo, once he shows up, it's always a little bit scary. Nix! Oh dear, yeah, I missed that one. But thank you, Replay
I think
Man,
that was
for
a
making that so
predictive.
awkward.
I think that was a predictive R in case Ronaldo
jumping
jumped in.
Yeah,
I don't think it was as big a whiff.
It's not a blink. You know, you can maybe react to a Tristana W. I mean, either way, it just kind of shows the state of this game, right? Rich Gang just are kind of off, you know? They're just not quite with it in this one. And it's showing up on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, I think Verdant took that break and said, right, we need to play as a team because that's where we actually shine. And they absolutely have. They definitely learnt from their mistakes. And we say it all the time, but you do learn more from your mistakes than your victories.
That is true. That is true. And that's why limit testing is a thing in League. Although mostly that just means running it down. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Finding, you know, they say you don't fail. You just find ways that don't work. Sounds like a bit of copium.
Never heard that one, but that is a good one.
Yeah,
it's also like a gigacopium take.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's gigacope, but it's something. I'm not quite sure how it's relevant for this game because I mean we have certainly found ways that don't work in this one. If you're Rich Gang,
Rich Gang are getting a comprehensive book on how not to fail. If that's the case.
Yeah, this is looking tough right here. All those outer turrets are gone now, and even these inner turrets are looking like they're struggling a little bit. You know, Papatero with the no, just chilling here. I think
he's lost.
No, he's done. No, he's not.
He's in the grey screen. Absolutely catastrophic. Ronaldo now with that Lord Doms in his inventory. This Scion isn't too tanky for him anymore. Gets the Buster Shot Q cancel. Beautifully placed in. Ho-Ho's trying to see if he can find that opportunity to jump back into the fight. Not going to be gifted the opportunity. As Verdant find a cheeky little pick and a tower. Think that 2 towers potentially because they're going to crash in onto this mid lane. We are not even 20 minutes in. And there's only 1 outer tower remaining.
That's it. Just around the world right here for Verdant. All these turrets, you know, the significant gold lead, almost 10,000 at 18 minutes right now. I mentioned that it was going to be tough, right, with 3 kills onto the Tristana. Like, how do you stop her from pushing turrets? But I wasn't expecting this. I really wasn't. Ronaldo is putting on the clinic in this game. Verdant are playing the map exceptionally well. Rich Gang just have too many leaky lanes, right? They have to dedicate 2, sometimes even 3 people to stop maybe just 1 person on the side of Verdant. Of course, when that happens, the rest of the map is up with Verdant's taking, and that's exactly what they've done. The thing is, we're only 90 minutes into the game, right? So we don't have Atakan spawning just yet. Baron is still another 5 minutes away on top of that. Papatero is only a mini. He could be in trouble here, actually.
He's about to build that Gnar bar up. I don't think Banderas has as much damage as he wants here. Papatero about to Gnar out. Misses the wallop. The kill pressure dissipates immediately. Although Banderas may be looking for round 2 with that Gnar bar timing out. Nomi was also plodding down just to see if he could help. He couldn't. They're just going to reset and chill.
Just chilling, yeah. Atakan now 24 seconds until that spawns. That's going to spawn in the top side of the map. So expect Verdant to be moving into the top jungle, putting some vision down, sweeping some vision out. Just getting control of this area. They don't want Rich Gang to have any access right now. And instead, you know, just have complete control here, and it means that you can play for this turret, and then you can play for the Atakan shortly afterwards.
6 grubs and a fed Tristana makes life very hard for Rich Gang. Down goes the final tower outside the base. It's only inhibitor turret standing. Like I said, Atakan's up. Banderas will probably be able to answer with the spot lane tower, but the problem is it will come at a pretty steep cost. I don't really want to give Atakan over to a team this big. They can just dive under towers and look for a game-winning play off the back of it.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
they ain't stopping that
Teleporting
anyway,
in.
surely.
They're looking for the fight. They're going to find the lockdown. Nyx is down. 1 and 3 on the Diana. Eski, you are a support, my friend. So you are not going to win 1 versus 5. Down they go. Atakan secured. Verdant. I think they've got like an Uber order on the way. These guys are just wanting to wrap this series up nice and quick.
I feel like Banderas is making the best out of a bad situation here by taking 2 turret spot, and yeah, Rich Gang as well, able to pick up 1 in the mid lane. Like, this is all that should have happened, right? You trade Atakan for 3 turrets, and to be perfectly honest, when you're this far behind, that's not a terrible trade, right? It's not a terrible trade, especially when you can wait out the Atakan buff. But the fact that Rich Gang also tried to, I don't know, they tried to contest in some way, like they put a teleport from Nomi there. Eski died as well. Like, at this point, I kind of get the jungler. I kind of get Nyx trying to get in here. Maybe we can steal something, but I don't know why Nomi's TP'd in here. I don't know why Eski's pushed up here. At this point, everyone from Rich Gang should be mid lane. Not Banderas. He's chilling bot. That's cool. Maybe you could have even got 2 turrets there if you actually made that call and all pushed down the mid lane instead. Yeah, just trying to salvage something which was unsalvageable. It cost them a lot right there.
A steep cost indeed. Now what can Rich Gang do, really? The opportunity to find death bushes is even harder because you're shoved up to the line. They have to find a really, really good pick here. Teleport coming in. They've got the Herald. Then they're looking to crack the base right here, right now. They're going to be pushing in. Nyx eats a little bit of damage. Down goes the tower. Inhibitor should be next to follow off the back of this one. They're going to take it for a ride into the mid lane. I think that's what they should be doing with this Herald. There we go. Papatero going to charge it up. And he steer it right. Ho may try and play interrupt onto this one. There's going to be the interrupt. Taking it out before the charge comes down. So only 1 inhibitor falls, but an inhibitor now bot lane. We saw how much power this bought in previous games where you have this bot lane inhibitor down and then you can pressure Baron with a lane that is a mega threat to you. The biggest problem is you don't have a civ, you don't have that wave clear. Might have to hold that fort though, because the Stranglethorn catches onto everyone. They haven't really got too much. Good little turnaround, but Nyx is not able to find enough damage. Ronaldo leaps under the tower. I don't know if he's going to survive this. The lockdown's huge. Papatero does jump into the middle of everyone. They find themselves the kills. Ronaldo holds his life. The withdrawals come out. Rich Gang lose 2.
Not a terrible fight, though, for Rich Gang when all's said and done. Unfortunately, Atakan kind of nullifies a lot of the benefits that you would get from a fight like that. But yeah, I mean, Verdant just kind of sent it, didn't they? They kind of sent it knowing they have the Atakan revives, but they didn't actually, like, get anything from it. So I think Rich Gang will be really happy with that one. We do have this dragon spawning next as well, the Chemtech dragon. We're nowhere near Soul for Verdant, so that's a little bit of reprieve for Rich Gang. The real question now comes with a minute's time. As you mentioned, Jake, with this bot lane inhibitor being down, you're going to have constant super minions pouring into that, which is something you have to deal with if you're Rich Gang. But then on the other side of the map, that Baron, right, that you also want to be around to defend, to stop Verdant from taking. That will be the most difficult part right here of the game for Rich Gang, and it's spawning in 1 minute's time. I don't know if Rich Gang will have the answer.
Oh, Papatero sends Banderas off. Remember that Gnar at rank 2. Not the Gnar bar, but the Gnar ult comes up pretty much every time the bar comes up, so should be okay. Papatero actually getting locked down there. Banderas hop the Grandmaster's might. The ultimate down 40 seconds before the Baron comes up. Papatero heavily chunked out, teleporting just away to get out of this fight as in jumps Nyx, trying to put the damage down. Good fear from Mishi though. Means Nyx can't follow up with any more damage. Heap of damage thrown into him as the plants are just too big and Nyx goes down. They even staggered that death by a pretty effective amount, so nice little takeout. Now Ronaldo might find himself in danger. Buster shots Nomi back, but the Deadly Flourish locks him in place. Ho should fall actually off the back of this one. Popping the passive as now in comes backup Obstinatus. On his own though, finds the lockdown. Papatero makes his way from base. Eski is going to get knocked up, puts the wall up to try and block as Papatero chases forwards even further. Hyper Proc comes in, he's got the Gnar charged into the hook. Papatero secures the kill. The Stranglethorn to a whole heap of plants mean this Baron is going down.
Wow. That is exceptionally fast right here, and nothing that Rich Gang can do will stop this Nash. Big deal though, Ronaldo. Ooh, hold her thoughts here. Here comes the curtain call.
Not
And
with Obstinatus.
Purple block it.
Doing his best. They're going to secure the Baron. Obstinatus takes a whole heap of damage, and they do secure themselves the kill. Banderas, though, will pay the price as he's able to jump away. That might have been the furthest Jax Q I've ever seen. He jumped so far.
Big deal here, though, for Verdant and for Rich Gang. No Baron buff on the Tristana. That means that split push threat will be a little less threatening with no empowered minions at her side. So a little bit of a positive here for Rich Gang, and as we saw as well, Obstinatus also fell. So yeah, I mean, we can probably just pretty much death ball at this point if we're Verdant and focus the turrets.
Yeah,
it's super hard. Like, there's no great engage for Rich Gang, right? They've got Diana engaged, but she's so squishy, man. Like, I just don't think you've got the follow-up outside of that with like a Siren ulti or something. You've got to respect it a bit, but to be honest, for Verdant, you just sit with the Baron buff and you should pretty easily be able to claim your prize, and it looks like top lane is going to be their first focus.
It's going to be so hard to contest with these waves pouring in from the bot side as well. Down goes the tower. Inhibitor should be next to follow. Obstinatus getting jumped onto by Nyx, but like, not the person you want to be going on. Papatera is about to gnaw out as well. This could get really messy. Looking for a good counter-strike. Massive Stranglethorns on the backline. Ronaldo remains untouched. Gnaw back from multiple people from Papatero. And Rich Gang are crumbling. Ronaldo chases in for the triple kill. Ho-Ho goes down. That's the tidy up. That is going to be the base. And a 27-minute stomp from Verdant. 23 kills to 6. This game just felt like a totally different game from what we saw from the first two.
I think there's no other way to put it than this is a stomp for Verdant. Rich Gang didn't even look like they had a chance in this one. Right from the get-go, Verdant played exceptionally well. They had the increased tempo with pushing lanes, and they used them. They used them really, really well, and then snowballed from that. It was actually a really very impressive game, I would say. I think, you know, when we look at the NLC and we have, you know, you've got Los Ratones, you've got, well, you had Radisac and like Nord and things like that. These are teams that we expect to see some high-level League of Legends from.
Yeah.
And then there's like a step below in the caliber of teams. At least these are the perceptions coming into NLC. But that game and the way Verdant played the macro there was honestly like top tier. Like, that was an S tier level of macro there from Verdant, and yeah, they well earned the title of stomping.
Yeah, very, very confident win there from the side of Verdant, and they're only one away from moving through to the next phase of the tournament and facing Bulldog down. It is all to play for. We're going to throw over to the desk, though, to break that game 3 down.
Thank you here, Brian, and we're back in the desk. And I think that game, the previous game, was a good slap on the face of Verdant because they woke up. This is a different team. This is what we expected. Rich Gang didn't have any sort of engage to deal what would happen. But let's start from the beginning. Trouble.
I'm so confused. We didn't necessarily have the time to break down the draft after, but I'm just so confused overall from what Rich Gang is showing right here. You're pairing up Braum with an AD carry that doesn't necessarily proc the passive really quickly. Then you're playing a Sion into a full squishy team that has so many consistent types of damage, AP and AD. You get pushed in, shoved in by the Tristana the entire time. And then the Diana into the Zarya when you know you have 0 prior lanes and you could get invaded. I'm just so confused. Like, Rich Gang hates the red side. They hate counter picks. I don't know what to tell you. Like, Verdant just snowballed their lead through lane priors.
Yeah.
I agree, Duckling, yeah.
It was fun to watch in the draft. I liked the creativity. I liked the ideas, but it fell flat. It didn't work at all. You didn't really see the point of it. I think, Chop, you said in the green room, what was the sign supposed to do? And I couldn't give you an answer. I thought it was fun to watch, but you didn't see how it would work with the composition on how it all... There was no, oh, so this is what they wanted to do realization when they got into the game. It was more, so what are you going to do now? You've made these crazy picks. You've shown your flexibility. But what is it going to gain you? And that was the biggest question mark for me. I like that they dare to be creative, but the creativity needs to have some end product as well, because this was just, yeah, a very bad performance from them.
And I think then you have to highlight yet again the jungler, like 6 grabs so early on, the ganks coming in clean. If you get the 6 grabs for the Tristana, And if she gets accelerated by getting a triple kill, for instance, I believe we're going to see that shortly. It's a rough one. It's a rough one to start with.
Yeah.
And
I
here,
mean, 6 Void Drops on Tristana is scary in and of itself. But right before you give up 6 Void Drops, why don't you give 3 kills to her as well so she can snowball even harder? This was the beginning of the end, really. Bandera's TP's in, almost gets the kill, but No Name lives with just a blinking HP bar. And Tristana was then 3-1, 6 Void Drops in her pocket, and every time she went up to take up her turret, she would get up there at least 1 plate, and in the late game, the turrets evaporated. Yeah, it all stemmed from that 1 play, really.
and I feel like it was kind of unfortunate because I feel like Rich Gang were not on the same wavelength in terms of what they wanted to do. You saw Ho-Ho stay in mid lane pushing in the wave. You saw Nomi down bot lane, he was pushing down the wave as well. There was no way, like, obviously Ho-Ho could join because he was in the mid lane, but you knew this was going to be a 4 versus 5 overall, and the overextension, I feel like it must have been such a miserable game for Nyx to play. You've got no prio in any lane, no enemy can invade you at any point, and Zara is one of the fastest clearing junglers still in the game to this day, so she clears very fast, she invades your jungles, has got priority through lanes as well. You must be... I was thinking that this was going to be like an all-in sort of composition coming through from Rich Gang when I saw the Diana, but I felt like there was a lot of miscoordination in terms of what the composition really wanted to do in the end.
I agree, like, we needed a little bit more threats coming in from Rich Gang, or a reliable way to go in and just not just throw the Diana in the middle of the fights. I also believe like Banderas had a complicated game. The Jax wasn't able to stay up with Papitito. And yet again, Banderas is not showing the Banderas. We know what he's capable. We saw him. He was demolishing top laners back in 2022. It's becoming rough, and this is just the culmination of all the facts.
Yeah, this was the final nail in the coffin, really. We knew this fight would be the end. They were just too far behind. The wallets were too heavy. It doesn't really matter how you play the team fight here, right? As long as you don't instantly lose all 3 carries from the side of Verdant, who were going to win that game. And you can see the goal lead pretty consistent, while Rich Gang didn't really get any punches back in that game. Once the goal lead was in their favor, Verdant confidently and quickly grew the lead. Just look at the damage, man. That was no damage inside of Rich Gang.
And all the objectives
the
on the
neutral
top.
objectives.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the neutral objectives. 6 Void Grubs, the Herald, Atakan, Baron, Piece of Strength. The only thing they gave away were the 2 early Dragons, and that's because they were focusing mostly on pushing lanes, taking Void Grubs, taking Herald, grabbing towers, taking kills on the top side of the map. So the 2 Dragons that went away to Rich Gang, they were reactive Dragons because there was nothing else to take on the map.
100% the top lane was just because of this individual. Look at this, skill participation 69. Yet again, damage per minute is not as high as we've seen before, but he made the game so unplayable for the Rich Gang.
Yeah, I said this when you locked it in, that I initially at the start of the split didn't think he would be playing these kind of champions, and if he did, maybe not to the best degree, but after that one game I saw, I believe in the seeding stage he played it, or in the beginning of playoffs, he looked a level above on it. From what I normally see from No Name, he's just so clean, and from someone who normally plays those melee engaged champs to this perfectly pretty much position yourself on the side. I believe 2 games now he's played it without a single death. That is very hard to get. I mean, really impressive performance. Dominant all game.
Okay, so before we toss it to the break and jump into the what could be the last game, game 4, for the cities and Rich Gang being removed from the bracket, what can they do to change their fate if things continue like this?
I feel like they just need to stick to the strongest parts, which is have Nomi as your hyper carry. That was my one concern when I saw the draft. I'm like, hey, that has nothing in common with the Sivir, with the Jinx that we saw before. This is a Jhin, hyper carry potential right there. So put Nomi potentially on a hyper carry and play those front to back compositions that you seem to have done the best with. I feel like keep it simple, stupid, I think is the phrase, unless I put the stupid and the simple the wrong way around again. I think is the way to go for Rich Gang.
I agree, Duckling.
Yeah, I think it's the right thing, right? I've talked so much about their flexibility, and the one game they showed, it's their worst performance of the series. It looks a bit headless. There isn't a clean thread from what do you want to do from the draft up until when you explode the opponent's nexus. I agree with Trouble. I think his strategy, as I've been taught, is learned in business school, right? Keep it simple, stupid. It is completely correct, Trouble. and that's just what they need to do. Don't make it overcomplicated. It worked when you played the front to back. Just stay to it.
Let's see what happens, because they don't like the counter picks, and that's why they're jumping into blue side on game 4. But in order to see the champion select, we have to do a quick break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. This could be it. Verdant can do what they did before. Yet again, winning versus the same team. That's the irony. You brought it up, Trouble, at the beginning of the pre-show. They might have a date with another team, just for the sake of history. Rich Gang, fight back. You're out. Build a simple execution team. I think that's the way we put it previously, because you're about to jump into the Champion Select.
I mean, I did say Verdant does have a date with Nord. They would have to go through Bulldog Esports, of course, to get there. However, I need to also say that I'm expecting 5 games because every team will win on blue side.
True.
And it has been the case so far.
Blue side's just broken. That's the main analysis. There are so many of these games. I mean, today it's easier at the very least to see who's winning the game while it's happening than yesterday. But somehow blue side just always comes out on top. So that's the thing we'll be keeping our eyes on, right? Rich Gang set to start on that blue side. I just wonder if a draft that works to get this time around, and I guess with Fearless, right, it's really tough to, at one point you won't be able to just play Protect the Poppycomb because all the champs that can do that really well have been banned out throughout the Fearless process. So if they can do that again and find enough champions that can make it work, we're about to find out as we're heading into the draft. And let's see what Rich K can do here.
Now, champion pool has been hit. Look into the top side of the screen and you see all the champions that are out, but enchanters are still available. And I think junglers are still quite open. Like, we have the top priority, but for instance, Wukong is still happy. Kalista will not be able to be played during, I think, the entirety of playoffs.
Like, we're looking at Wukong, we're looking at Pantheon here as well. I think he's extremely powerful in the jungle. He's very good at ganking as well. Extremely good at covering side lanes as well. So I'm definitely looking for a potential even B1 right here for the jungle. I feel like a lot of the times, usually the jungle is the one that takes the quote-unquote biggest hit in general, because there are some champions that are really, really prominent through the jungle that you definitely want to be taken away.
Yeah. I still see Verdant doing this meltdown, and I don't quite get it. My best bet would be simply due to the fact that first of all, it's new, and second, it can be flexed between mid and bot, and you don't really want to allow that flexibility coming through from the side of Rich Gang. On B1, the Pantheon has finally made its way through Arsha and will be lucky, and I see the face of approval that you could say from Arsha as
that's what happens when you pick a good champion to main, you just have
to
win
the game now.
Now, if you guys were wondering, hey guys, this is the NLC, do we have Doin B? We have Doin B at home. He's called Ho-Ho, okay? So I'm gonna hold my horses for now, because Doin B did play that Pantheon in the mid lane in the LPL. It could be also in Ho-Ho's hands, depending on the matchup. You could put it in the jungle, you could also put it in mid lane. There's still champions such as Senzao that really do a fantastic job at the whole protect the... Oh, it's not, never mind. Up there, KitKat. Fearless draft, game 1. Wait,
Shinzao is
game
out.
1. Zinzao is out. Pantheon is in.
Sejuani is not, so Sejuani steps in. We've seen Sejuani top. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
You've seen it mid as well from Ho-Ho, so I mean it can be anywhere, right?
But it's not Ho-Ho.
It is not Ho-Ho, so that's trimming down his champion ocean, you could say, if you want to make that argument. The Kaiser would have been perfect. I think it was in game number 1 you said in trouble, but that was banned this game, and now we finally get to see it in action. And actually, you could very well end up being right. That Lilia Hover definitely screams, an AP jungler. And the flexibility started to come through again as the Pantheon won't be heading jungle, that's for sure. It's likely to head now either top or mid lane.
Ooh. I might go as far to say as... I'm taking a little bit of a step forward here. I think it's a triple flex at this point. You could potentially go towards the bot lane. Now, here, I really like the response to Caitlyn because Caitlyn has a lot of champions that she can actually pair up with. The classic is the Karma, which has already been played inside the pool. The Lux is another one. However, you've got Milio that pairs up really nicely with Caitlyn. And what Caitlyn is looking to do here is be an absolute damn bully to this Kai'Sa. Now, asterisk, if this Blitzcrank gets locked in here, I will bring an oldie but a goodie from Season 1. Morgana could also potentially be the case here for that bot lane for Rich Gang.
Good call, good call. That could be big. The Morgana with the shield protecting those hooks and also being a nuisance. You get the Dark Binding, you know the trap is going to land as well. You're going to go AFK while they're trying to attack a minion. Nico though being removed, and that's a pair for the bot side, the Nico support. You should think about the Lux or the Morgana. That's a big call.
It's at that point where I think you might actually need to ban it here if you are Verdant. You really don't want to play against it. It works very well into this matchup, right? Let's just say No Name comes off from the flank with the ultimate. Well, if Eski was on time, he would be able to black shield it and then the engage falls flat. If I was Verdant, just for safety, you don't want to play against it. Just ban it. You know, have some respect, right? And ban what will be working very well against your composition here.
Smolder being banned. Even with the Kaiser, you're like, Ronaldo might pull something weird.
I would be mostly looking
Yeah,
towards champions that are like AD based over in the mid lane or top lane. I'm looking at the Yasuos, I'm looking at Yone, I'm looking at Verdant's composition. I'm seeing all in from all angles. Really happy they banned the Morgana, because I just want to preface it by saying Morgana is a trash champion right now. That's why it's not being played, but it would be perfect against the composition. This is like the one caveat through all this hardcore fearless that we have and all these champions above being taken away, that Morgana would make sense.
Well, they're even banning the Camille while Banderas is on the team. He's never gonna play that again. It's just a wild dream. Wild dream. In the memory we have, what will we fill our memories with now? Right now is Mishi's now trying to lock it in. Ooh, it's a safe and protect, but damage is kind of low.
Change last second. They go for the
there you
Yone
go!
at the end, right? That will go towards Ronaldo. We saw him play, for example, in the Lost Returns game, where they did play a very decent early game, did get beaten out on the macro though, so ended up losing that game. That was when Verdant wasn't at their greatest, and he still looked pretty good on the champion, so excited to see him back on it as the dog gets locked in. Okay. I mean, this could also be mid or top.
Nasus?
It could be mid-top support. Like the flexibility they have in this composition, outside of who's jungle and who's AD carry, is crazy. It's crazy.
I'm wondering, because this could be Nasus
We're all
mid.
stunned. We're like,
Yeah.
who's going where?
Because if you remove the attack speed coming in from Yone, things will get tricky for the Ronaldo. But okay.
I think it's Pantheon
So
support,
it's Pantheon
Nasus
support.
mid. Probably just to try and sit and scale up and then, you know, shut down the Yone with the W or the Kaiser when she jumps in. It very much wouldn't surprise me. And I think this is definitely playing into the story we highlighted of Ho-Ho, right? Really playing anything if he ends up going with that Nasus. Let's see though. The Shen was hovered before. They'll hover it again, and this time it does get locked in. Okay, these compositions are interesting. Fearless Draft, man. I've really fallen in love with Fearless Draft. It's so fun to see these different champs that I haven't seen in competitive in years.
Honestly, hats off to Ritzgang, because I saw the Pantheon early on and I was like, it could potentially be flex support. I think it could work. It absolutely can. Very short range AD carry in the likes of Kai'Sa as he walks forward. Pantheon gets the stun on there, follows up the cupcake. You guys know the combo with the Caitlyn as well. I think it's fantastic. Both teams have very clear goals. Ritzgang want to walk into objectives, set up with the Caitlyn, set up with the Lilia, have the Ornn around for the extra engage, and Verdant is just an R button. Everyone goes all in. If they can find Nomi on that Caitlyn, they could potentially be winning the fights.
If they fight it, they win the fights, they win the cities as well. They're one match away from moving from the lower bracket and then playing again tomorrow versus Bulldogs. Rich Gang, you gotta do your everything right now in order to fight back. And until we see the Rift, it's time for a quick break. I'll see you soon, don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, we're into game number 4 between Rich Gang and Verdant. Me and Foxy were actually struggling to place this draft. I see the strengths and the weaknesses in both of these teams. I think Rich Gang's major weakness is they're kind of lacking in damage. Like, you got Nasus and Caitlyn as your main damage dealers. Pantheon early is going to do a lot, but like Pantheon falls off as it is, and then being starved of gold as a support is going to also contribute to him falling off a little bit quicker. On the other side, there's only 2 damage threats as well, really, for Verdant in the Kai'Sa and the Yone. Foxy, I hate to say it, but you are actually the intelligent one here.
Okay. Yeah.
I've known you long enough. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm thinking, to continue to your point as well, like, we're not just looking at the number of damage threats, but also the fact that these are quite tanky lineups, specifically on Verdant's side. So it can be hard to actually, you know, deal the damage off. It's not like you're versus loads of squishies. For me, though, I mean, I think it's unique enough that I'm just going to be like, okay, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see what's up. But it's all about the bot laners, really. It's all about Kate, Pantheon, and Blitzcrank Kai'Sa. You know, you've got the makings here for aggression from both of these two.
But
we are getting a lane swap from Verdant,
Exactly.
so it's not going to be a straight 2v2. But there's still enough that this could be a threat. This could be a thing, right? They're going to ping this out. Yeah, Banderas is going to get caught here.
Yeah, they found him. They're looking for the knock-up from that E, Obstinatus. Actually gets the Q.
Ooh,
Good W
unstoppable.
buffer there from Banderas, but heavily chunked out to start it off. Lovely lane swap, actually, from Verdant. Their biggest issue was early. They're going to really struggle versus this Caitlyn and Pantheon lane. So they're just going to stay away from it until they get to a point where they're comfortable to go toe-to-toe versus them. Level 1, level 2 from these two is going to be absolutely brutal. Papatero, not quite your Jax, your Gnar when it comes to these lane swaps, so he is going to have to play a little bit safer. Banderas has honestly played every hook absolutely perfectly with his W.
The cool thing is against this skin, I Blitzcrank, by the way, or I Blitzcrank, one of the two. Anyway, against this skin, is it has like an accentuated audio cue for when Blitzcrank's gonna hook. Normally there's like that crank sound, that like sound that he's gonna pull out when he presses Q, but on this skin specifically, it's like extra. You know, so you can actually, you don't even have to look for the animation, which can be quite hard to time. You just listen for it. You listen for the sound, and then you press W, and you're almost guaranteed to dodge the hook. So it's actually quite a nifty little interaction, and Banderas has played it very well here. But he could be up against some, you know, the standard dive. With this wave crashing in, Banderas has no TP. If he dies, he's gonna lose a lot. He does have his flash still, and he survived.
Looking for it, gonna look for that startup. There's the hook to the lockdown, and Banderas flashes away. First blood to No Name. Obstinatus survives. That is a massive loss there for Banderas, like you said.
Yeah.
Papatero, he's not under the same threat right now. Eski actually lost so much health. I assume a taunt happened under tower from Papatero, and he's just mitigated a lot of that threat thrown onto him. He's not getting a lot of gold, but he's still absorbing experience. So he's going to stay somewhat relevant off the back of that.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He doesn't mind that at all. Like, this is the thing. They're relatively low economy top laners, both Ornn and Shen. So, yeah, they want those levels. They want to stay relevant from that sense, and it doesn't really matter too much if they're behind in levels, especially the Shen, right? Because that Shen, it has very supportive elements to him. You know, he doesn't need big items to teleport across the map with his shield and to save someone in that way, right? And so far, so good right here for Verdant in this lane swap.
Another little, just to follow up on a point you talked about earlier with the Blitzcrank Q. This is one for old heads. If anyone remembers from, you know, we're talking a fair while ago, this Blitzcrank skin was actually a banned skin in competitive. So that audio cue you were talking about actually was added, so he was actually not banned in competitive play. Yeah, because he used to have an impossible one on lockdown, but Mishi, he's ignited, has to cleanse the ignite, flashes away. Eski looking for the Q flash. Beautiful pickup. They find the E onto Eski. Verdant, I think they got out of the lane swap a little bit too early there.
Yep. Yeah, they opted into that one as well. They decided it was time to go down bot side, and as you predicted, Jake, it's a tough 2v2. And Eski, yeah, able to find that kill at the end. There's so much damage from these Pantheon supports. Like, it's very, very underestimated. And that right there, Mishi just disrespecting it and had to blow both his summoners and still die. Yeah, that's a toughie.
That was very rough for them. Papatero going to be able to grab himself a plate and a taunt onto Banderas. The farm lead isn't that big, though, for Papatero. So he's sitting quite happily off that. Mishi has rejoined down into the bot lane, shoving this wave in. Doesn't look like Nomi's really going to miss all that much farm off the back of it, as now Hoho does need to be somewhat careful. I think he smells that something is up. In jumps No Name. They go for the knock up from Ronaldo, but he gets a little bit wide on that one, so Hoho able to walk away. The attention is going to be towards the grubs. Papatero has the pressure here on top side. Meanwhile, the pressure is bot side for the side of Rich Gang. So the old classic between these two teams. The objective handshake comes out. Obstinatus is looking to be a bit of a menace. He has Hook. And Ronaldo, who's got 6. There is a very real kill potential here, actually. Especially with Mishi just off in the distance. He can land a long-range W and contribute somewhat to the fight. I think Verdant are just going to have to give it up, though.
Yeah. I mean, this is the downside of having a Nasus mid lane. Doesn't really provide too much and isn't exactly a champion until he gets a few more stacks under his belt. But it's still going to be enough here for Rich Gang to secure that dragon. As you mentioned, that would just be the handshake instead for these two teams. The top side of the map, though, for Verdant is now free. And Rich Gang's blue buff, Gromp, gonna be falling, but Nyx, I don't think really has an answer. Is level 5 to No Name's level 6 as well, so maybe some potential shenanigans happening soon with that Sejuani ulti.
Yeah, I want to see what No Name's going to be able to do off the back of that. It's only been 1 kill apiece, and one of those did involve the jungler. The other one was just a bit of a misplay from Verdant, but was punished by Rich Gang. Resets coming in across the board. Mishi not got level 6 yet. I think once you see those level 6s coming into the bot lane, that's when we'll expect to see some action break out. Nomi just hit to 6 and got that ace in the hole lined up for themselves. And the Grand Starfall probably not too far off for Eski either on that Pantheon. You can see that No Name is bot side. So they are probably going to be looking to set up for a play. You can see already Obstinatus moving through, making sure the vision is in favor of his team. We might see a little summit breakout bot side. To be fair, Ho is actually doing a relatively good job of just negating Ronaldo on this Yone.
I think that's the idea, right, with this Nasus, is you don't necessarily do a huge amount yourself, but it makes it impossible for Yone to do much either. I would have liked to have seen a few more points in his E, though. He's maxing his Q, which is great for stacking as fast as you can and for your 1v1s. But as far as wave management goes, if you have some points in your E, you can bring down minion waves a lot faster. And that means that you're still relevant as far as your tempo and pressure on the map. At this point, all that happens is Ronaldo pushes in, and then Ho last hits on the turret. And that's cool for solo queue, but in pro play, that becomes a little bit hairy when you have completely lost control on that side of the map. And unfortunately, that being the mid lane this time around means that Verdant do have the advantage to move around the map with the Yone.
Yeah, you can see that right now, attention does look to be going towards this this top side. Ping went down from Nick, saying that they're heading over towards that crab. Knowing that the grubs are up in the next minute from 30. It's gonna be big. Mishi has to cleanse and flash here. Is able to break away. Nice hook from Obstinatus. Saves Missy's flash. Grand Starfall committed and ace in the hole, and Mishi only cleansed and ulted to break away.
Not too bad there. Actually, really well played from Obstinatus to save Mishi's flash. He would have had to use it if not. And Nixler going for his first gank of the game, Papatero.
Papatero's got flash, got that taunt, so I don't think it's going to really result in too much off the back of that. You can see that Mishi's now rotating towards the top side, so they're looking to lane swap back out and put their attention towards the grubs, knowing that mid just isn't going to be a real factor in this particular grub fight. Could be a 6 grubber again to the side of Verdant. They used 6 grubs last game so effectively. Don't have a Tristana this time. 6 grubs is going to be very, very impactful. Also, denying a single grub from Nasus is also going to be really big.
Absolutely. That is the split push guy, isn't it? When you think of a split push champion League of Legends, Nasus, certainly with some stacks under his belt, can push turrets exceptionally fast. And yeah, if we can deny those grubs from him, then we'll be very happy, says Verdant. And right now, as you mentioned, that change in position from bot side to the top side does create that pressure on this side of the map. And there isn't really an answer from Rich Gang. They're keeping Nomi down bot. And remember as well, Papatero, he doesn't have teleport, but he does have the Stand United. He's Shen, he can join in these plays, and that's even better than a teleport. And Rich Gang know this, right? They're fully aware of this, so they're completely just disregarding everything around this side of the map and instead looking for a potential dive bot here onto Papatero, at least picking up some vision and some gold in the jungle. Maybe Obstinatus is the one caught out.
Yeah, looks like they might be looking for him, but Papatero eating a lot of Nomi's damage means Obstinatus making his way over. Papatero has got that flash. He's just consistently eating auto attacks, though, off the back of it. See the ultimate connecting onto the Blitzcrank. Can Obstinatus break away? The ace in the hole comes through. Not enough to actually commit into a kill. With Ronaldo coming down and No Name, Rich Gang just have to call this one off and move away. Verdant able to dissuade the gank attempt. And nobody goes down.
Yeah, just about right here. It was looking a bit hairy for Verdant. Rich Gang with a good move into the bot side, knowing that the top side of the map was not theirs to play around. And they are going to look to start up this dragon as well, which would be giving them the advantage in this objective fight early on. Getting both the grubs and then splitting the dragons too would be a very positive thing. It looks like that is going to happen here. So Verdant now, slight lead as far as that goes in the early, which is kind of to be expected again with this Nasus mid, still just chilling, getting those stacks.
That's Nasus, you have one job, man. That chap does one thing, and you missed it. You see the Q hit there from Ronaldo. He's actually going to continue to put a bit of damage in. Dodges away on the bowling ball. Eski trying to put some damage down. Great bait steal from Ronaldo. No follow-up into the lockdown onto Ho-Ho. Mishi re-dives into the fight. And that is going to be some low health bars on Rich Gang. 6 grubs, remember. So Verdant actually may be able to take tower here. Absolutely shred through this.
Yeah, this is it. Nix and Eski are very low here, so they can't even walk up to try and defend. This should just be the first turret going, and all those plates as well falling alongside it. Ho-Ho as well with 10 seconds on that death time.
Papatero! They came in with the taunt and the lockdown. That's the kill for Papatero.
And that will be the feat secured as well now for Verdant. The second time in a row. Ho-Ho TP'd in.
Everything thrown onto Ronaldo. Ronaldo, no flash. Wow. He has no way to escape this. Uses that E, tries to put some space out. Grand Starfall and Call of the Forge God committed for that single kill onto Ronaldo.
Yeah, and teleport as well from Ho. That was a lot for Ronaldo. I don't think that was too much he was going to do to get away from that one. Let's take a look at this again, though. Ho just a little bit disrespectful. Doesn't pop his ultimate. Has his flash. Gets ulted by Ronaldo, followed up with the ult from the Sejuani too. But again, he's got everything up. He just didn't expect any of it to happen. And to be honest, in this place, you know, when he's not even got a completed item, he's not much of a champion here as Ho. So it's disrespecting Verdant a little bit there.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to say it, but I feel like the big problem both of these teams have had in this series is kind of lack of respect for what the other's comp does. You saw a lot of that in game 2 from Verdant. A lot of mistakes where they kind of handed Rich Gang plays which probably weren't even necessary. And now we're going to see a potential kill here onto Ho, but with the ping back, Ronaldo shackled to head back to the river. Means Ho should survive this. Actually gets the wither down onto Obstinatus, and the rest of the team are coming in. Obstinatus, I just talked about a lack of respect, and here it is. Ronaldo getting locked down by Nyx as well. No Name's making his way over to find the knockdown into the Fate Seal. Massive pullback. No Name launches over the wall. That's going to be 1 kill. No Name not got the ultimate quite yet, so won't be able to secure a kill. That should be another tower going over.
This is the problem with Nasus in these situations. This kind of champion, you feel like, in solo queue at least, you're kind of playing 4 versus 5, but at some point he reaches critical mass, and you just run at people and you bonk them. At this point, though, Verdant are able to acknowledge that this Nasus still isn't quite online, isn't engaged just yet. And as a result, they're able to take these fights and have a big advantage. We're going to take a look at Papatero on the top side here. In this 1v1 against Nomi. Zip, 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 zip. And again, you said disrespect. How about this? Just walking up into the...
Oh my word.
The damage from the Q empowered, by the way, is actually illegal on Shen. Like, it's genuinely illegal, especially when you have grasp. Like, yeah, and Heartsteel. It's a lot of damage.
Attacks.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Oh, good lockdown here. They're going to try and find the follow-up onto Eski. Good knock-up from the Call of the Forge God, but Obstinatus with the hook. Secures yet another kill. Papatero able to avoid the bowling ball. Does look like Rich Gang with Ho should be able to take this tower. The Nasus is what he does, but does come at the cost of another tower. Topside will be falling to Ronaldo. Papatero, I mean, Ho, you're strong, but I don't know if you're going to be able to duel Papatero. Grasp Heart Steel, like I said, the illegal damage on the Q. Those auto attacks will absolutely bonk people.
Yeah, this is it though. Papatero just needs to get those extended 1, 2, 3 trades and then walk away. Nasus is fine at this point now. You know, he's level 11. He's got 5 points in his E. He's got his Triforce as well. He basically just presses Q on cooldown, and he's almost 350 stacks as well. 16 minutes. He is reaching that point where he is exceptionally strong, and so Verdant will start feeling the heat here, having to take control of the side of the map. While Ho just does his thing.
That he'll be a nuisance in the side lane, but the moment Mishi shows up, he's in danger. Kraken Slayer, a lot of health percent damage on just the passive from Mishi. Like, if a good opportunity and a good window pops up, and Verdant can secure a kill onto Ho without losing something elsewhere on the map, Mishi will make very, very quick work of him. And even if it's not Mishi, you got a balk on Ronaldo now. He's also going to be doing a pretty silly amount of damage.
Yeah, 1v1 Nasus is a problem. Definitely a problem for Verdant. But anything outside of that, and I think Verdant has some pretty good answers for it. And there's also a lot of crowd control, something we didn't really touch on. But like between Shen, Sejuani, and Blitzcrank, you know, this is the kind of thing that you want to bring against a champion like Nasus, to lock him down for long enough that you can then put out the Bork and the Kraken damage. I think Nyx might just be dead here, you know. Oh, no.
He did just get popped though. Fate Seal doesn't come through in time, so they secure the kill. It's a 1-for-1, but 1 versus 3 from Ronaldo. I think he'll be happy with that one. Obstinatus losing a fair amount of health to Eski, but he can't really fully commit for a fight with Papatero in the area. Papatero will be able to take this wave and make sure that it doesn't go down. Another dragon in the pocket of Verdant, putting them up to 2 now.
I actually feel like that works in Rich Gang's favor for sure. Like I know it's in a 1 versus 3 you get a kill and that's cool, but again, we're just, if you're Rich Gang, you're just essentially waiting for this Nasus to come online and be that disgusting Nasus that we've all unfortunately been on the receiving end of in solo queue. And that kill, that play right there, certainly goes towards that as a win condition, right? Like, yes, you lose the dragon and it's a 1-for-1, but Nasus gets the kill. He even gets the stack on the kill, right? And he's set in a good position to, you know, he still needs a bit more time, but he's certainly on the track to take over this game.
He definitely can be a win condition. There's no denying that. I do worry though, but you know, he will fall victim to the multi-man attacks. You can see that multiple people are making their way up. No name, ultimate available. Obstinatus chasing in. They're just going to come in with a supercharge from Mishi, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. He is liquefied by the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, well, that crowd control, as we mentioned before, not too much you can do about that one. And yeah, as you said, Kai'Sa with a percentage health damage on Kai'Sa's hit. And the Kraken Slayer coming through as well. A lot of tools to deal with the Nasus, a lot of damage to deal with the Nasus as well. And right now, yeah, Nasus is stacking, which is all damage, but he's swishing. Like, he is.
Ronaldo has a solo kill here. That's just Banderas gone. Evicted from the Rift. And now Ronaldo is going 1v1 versus Nyx. The sleep comes through. Papatero with the shield and the save. Ronaldo survives.
Here comes the teleport here. It's going to be Ho to try and run down, salvage this play, or just get some more stacks. That'll be that as well. Atakan is spawning now in 5 seconds, and Ho doesn't have teleport. Isn't even really in a threatening position right now. So if Verdant want to just rush this Atakan, it's certainly open for them. But I think we're just going to have a bit of a chill moment here as we take a look at this solo kill from Ronaldo. Banderas already really low here. And to be honest, yeah, it's just a shame, right? Because this is, when you look at Banderas coming into this series, he is a quality carry top laner. And the type of champion that he's been on this series is not a carry top, as Ho now is being caught.
Yeah, he's got Ronaldo onto him. They're finding the lockdown. That Wither does something, but not quite enough. Banderas finds the knockup. There's the kill. Papatero, the heart steal. Pop! Secures the kill. Banderas now being chased by Papatero. This Shen is 4-0. He is doing so much damage as Banderas waddling away. Another taunt coming up in 3 seconds time for Papatero. Banderas tries to make the breakaway, but here comes the taunt into the lockdown. Good W to try and block it, but Heartsteel Grasp secures that kill.
Oh, yeah, it's all falling apart here for Rich Gang. 7,000 gold deficit. This Atakan soon to be taken up from Verdant as well. It's just not worked for them at all. You know, ever since going undefeated in the seeding stage and looking like one of our better teams here in the NLC in Group B, and they got knocked out of the upper bracket by Verdant earlier on in the playoffs, were able to secure their way through the lower bracket to get to this point. But again, facing up against Verdant, the team that knocked them down in the first place, and they just don't really seem to have an answer whatever Verdant throws at them. They're just one step behind, and they put themselves in a really difficult spot now to win this game and ultimately win the series.
We saw it actually with the interview with Archer at the beginning of the day. No Name versus Rich Gang's coach having a conversation, and No Name complimented Ho for his insane champion pool, but he also just said it won't be enough. These bizarre picks you've got cooked up are not going to be enough to be able to take us out. And Verdant, you know, they've not shown quite the diversity of champions that Rich Gang have, and I know that's weird to say in a fearless draft system, but you know, they're playing pretty standard champions across the board. They're just very good at executing these comps that they've been able to pick for themselves. Now Ronaldo is going to get jumped onto. The Grand Starfall doesn't really do much here. Ronaldo, ultimate available, waiting for that window. There it is. Nomi's just popped and assassinated. Mishy's into the fight. The revives are there for Verdant, so it doesn't matter. They're going to take everything off the back of this one. Down goes the tower. Only 2 left on the map. Banderas and Eski, he gets our way with 40 HP. Very, very low health. And Verdant, they take the fight, they take the towers, they're going to take the base here. The Nexus could be under threat, actually. It's only a Pantheon and a wall to defend. There's no wave, really. Going to jump in, though. Here comes the Call of the Forge God, looking for that knock-up onto multiple people. Doesn't quite get it, and Banderas is going to lose his health. The health percent damage, the tank shredding from Verdant is just too much. The revives are coming up fairly soon, but Verdant may just be looking to end this series right here, right now. It is an incredibly fast game. Down goes the final tower. The Nexus is under fire. They're getting the lockdown. Mishy now choices up, tries to put the damage onto Ho. He's going to get himself locked in place, but the Nexus is under fire. No Name goes down. Papatero, the last man standing. They don't finish the game. The Nexus, 350 HP. So close to victory.
But there are wards in the base of Rich Gang. Yes, there's that control ward, but I don't know if they spotted out that. Yeah,
do
this
they
other
know?
ward here.
Who's got
Papatero
teleport?
has TP. Ronaldo doesn't, but Papatero does. This could be a thing right here. Yeah, this is it. This is exactly it, Observer. This could be the back door. Like, he doesn't know it right now, but the entirety of Rich Gang, like, if he TP'd right now, he'd win the game. But he needs to wait until he sees Rich Gang, until he can confirm that play is on the cards.
I'm now just saying bot side.
This
is so dicey. I mean, right, he can also wait. He can also just wait for Ronaldo, who's got teleport in like 20 seconds time as well. Double teleport into the base guarantees the victory here. They're just trying to pull him around the map, play interrupt. And Rich Gang, none the wiser of that ward. Baron coming up as well. I mean, Verdant, the back door would be a hype way to end the series, but there's also just the smart way, which is if they do overextend, then sure, teleport in. Otherwise, take Baron and just walk the minion wave down mid.
I think this is the idea, is they will dangle this Baron in front of Rich Gang. When Rich Gang move up, they can TP in. Alternatively, if Rich Gang don't walk up like this, exactly as you say, you walk down the Baron minions into Rich Gang's base. And then, you know, it's still a naked Nexus. You might not need to TP in. You might not need to backdoor. You can just do it the good old-fashioned way with waves and super minions at your back.
Looks like that was going to be the game plan for them. Then stripping away the last of the jungle, taking out the vision. And it very smart. I think that ward either cleared or timed out.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Backdoor opportunity gone, but I think Verdant played this the smart way here. They got supers mid, they've got a wave bot. How can Vichgan pull this back?
It's gonna be tough right here. You have to pull the trigger. The Nexus is there. At this point, Verdant might just be able to run and right-click the Nexus if they get too close to it. So Rich Gang have to go for the fight.
There's the hook, and immediately Nix's one shot. They're going to put the damage on the Horn. The cool of the forward score comes down as the Horn knocks up onto one. Ronaldo jumps into the backline. Two-man fate sealed. He survives. Banderas will fall. The towers will respawn, but it matters not. Verdant have absolutely wiped Rich Gang across the floor. 26 minutes, 22 kills. The Nexus is destroyed. 3-1 Verdant reign.
Verdant were nothing short of dominant in that game, and to be honest, in the entire series, there was one game where Rich Gang looked like they had what it takes to make this an interesting series. But once Verdant had figured it out, that was it. It seemed as though Rich Gang just didn't stand a chance. 2 stomps in a row to end this series, and Verdant will face Bulldog tomorrow to secure their spot in Nottingham.
I think Bulldog's gonna be a really fun matchup. Bulldog were my
Yes,
underdog
it
at the
is.
beginning of the tournament, so I'm very excited to see them play again and see how they fare up versus Verdant. They're in the same group, weren't they? They were Group A.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were Group A, and that's why I love them. Anyway,
They all went 1 and 3.
Yeah, it was a very, very fun group, and it's going to be an amazing series between those two teams. But with that, Verdant take the victory, and we are going to throw it over to the desk to break the day down. So Archer, over to you.
Is it working now? Because I didn't mute. I was confused.
Get his ass.
I'm
He
sorry. Yeah,
muted.
attack me. I didn't mute, but okay. With that in mind, hey, 2 stops in a row, as I was saying. Lovely from Verdant at this moment. Moving on the lower bracket, making their redemption story. They do yet again what they did previously by removing Rich Gang from competition. I didn't mute.
Well, okay, whatever you say, buddy. We believe you. I feel like today Verdant had a hiccup when they jumped onto red side for the first time, and then they got their stuff together. I feel like their drafts were superior in terms of just not having a lot of complexity. They were very simple, easy to execute. They had like a very clear plan. This one, for example, was just an all-in. Everyone presses their R buttons at the same time, and it's very simple. I did get a little bit worried when Nomi started getting ahead in the bot lane. I feel like Missy and Obstinatus got a little bit too comfortable with the lane swap, and then they're like, okay, we can go back now. We're level 3. It wasn't quite enough. Still, the bot lane from Rich Gang was too strong. However, they brought it back together when they bundled up +5.
Yeah, I thought that again, Rich Gang were cooking, and it turns out they keep overcooking in their kits, right? Because while Verdant had such an easy to execute comp where they just all death ball in together, I like the ideas that Rich Gang are bringing to the table. It's fun to watch in draft, but I'm getting a bit annoyed at the fact that they make something that I'm so excited to see. Oh, how are they gonna make this work? Turns out they weren't gonna make it work. It ends up looking a bit bland and not working out, and it falls flat on its face, which is disappointing. Because it is a very fun team to watch when they whip out things, you know, like the Pantheon support, like the Nasus mid lane, or when they play against a team that is as coordinated and as good as Verdant, and that play a very straightforward comp, they're just gonna get smashed like we saw the past 2 games.
Like, for Verdant now, we bid farewell to Rich Gang, but for Verdant, is this a team that can stand up to Bulldog Esports?
Yeah. I think in the moments they can. They had a few flaws today. They made some mistakes, but same went for Bulldog yesterday, right? Trouble and I, we watched the series, we casted it, we saw every single moment, and I think now we're going to see some of the good things that Verdant had to offer today. And those Yone moments were very good today from Ronaldo. I think it will be an entertaining series. A lot of persons will be on the blue side. I think if Verdant stick to their simple, easy to execute drafts, they can look really, really good. And I am excited for that series. It's hard for me to say who'll be the winner. I have to make my predictions for tomorrow, and I'm not sure of them just yet. But what I'm very confident in is saying is it won't be a 3-0. I'm feeling good on that one.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are extremely competitive. And especially when it comes to Bulldog Esports, they show that they also have bite in the early game, which is something that they hadn't shown in previous series, other than the one we watched yesterday. And Verdant are more than happy to play the teamfight game. They're more than happy to play split push game. They're more than happy to play the early game. So in terms of what we're going to see tomorrow, I also think we're going to have about 5 games. So far, so good. Verdant, again, doing the same thing that they did over in the upper bracket, beating Reach Gang, getting them out of the competition. They're moving one step forward. And I felt like, again, other than the one bleep when they moved over to red side, which looked extremely discoordinated from their side, they got it back together.
Yeah, it's about adaptation, and that's why we also have these best of 5s to promote as much game plan and also adaptation as we move through the series and bringing out new champions and, well, at least positions that the champions are not being played usually, like the painted support and others come to mind, but the Yone in the mid lane. And that's a Ronaldo. We're actually waiting for Ronaldo as soon as possible. We'll jump into a call to communicate with him. He's a vocal player, and I'm actually anxious to talk with him to understand how the series went and how it's going to move forward. With that in mind, I think we wrap up the entire series. Any player you would like to highlight, though?
Ooh. Man, I'll let you go first, Duckling.
I mean, who was the most consistent standout? I think No Name was solid throughout the whole series, in my opinion. In particular, his Syra game really stood out. Each individual on Verdant had their moments. They all made a few mistakes, but I think overall I'm gonna say No Name was the standout for me. He was the most consistent in my book, and yeah, I thought he had a good game.
Well, these are the players of the series. You head on to Twitter, you look into all these 3 individuals, and you vote on who do you believe was the MVP of the series. It's up to you. We're now debating between us. Don't let our vote or our idea affect your vote. Trouble, let me know.
Well, I feel like equally they all had a pretty good game around the whole series. However, I feel like consistency-wise, I would go with No Name. I feel like he had a very stable game today. Not a lot of ups and downs, whilst Ronaldo had like very good moments, they're not so good moments. So I'd also side with No Name probably.
Okay, interesting. He was the one on the interview as well, talking about the team, and he was fairly confident. He has actually said 3-0 in favor of Verdant, but I do agree with you, Trouble. The idea that that little game was just, they were not coordinated. I think versus other teams, they will be heavily punished, and those mistakes can just be crucial on the series, even though if it's a best of 5. But I think this is really important. Now, want to see the bracket, Trouble? I think we want to see the bracket. There you go. This is what we have for the future.
Wow. And I know that it doesn't look very clear in terms of what we have left. I want you guys to look towards the right side of this graphic, towards the bottom. February 21st will be our next game. Bulldog Esports versus Verdant. And why this is one of the most important games that we're going to have this playoffs is because whoever wins there, we see you at LAN, buddy. They're going to be playing live versus Nord in the lower bracket semifinals. Now, this is a huge deal. We're talking NLC LAN. This is the first one we're going to be having ever.
It's big
with
things.
People, with viewers around us.
Yeah, it's big. It's gonna be big, man. I'm so excited. I think obviously the final and the lower bracket final will be banging, but Trouble rightfully so highlights BDG versus Verdant. I can just guarantee one thing, as I said, it's not gonna be a 3-0. That's not what I believe at the very least. And I think these two teams, these two UK organizations, will be fighting tooth and nail to secure the final spot at the UK line as well. Right? We will be in oh, it's not Norwich. It is Nottingham. There we go. I've got it.
Yes,
I've got
sir.
it. Yeah.
We got you. And it's so important. If you want to be there, well, on the venue itself, it's sold out. But if you want to be part of the watch party on the NLC and LEC later on, because we're going to be starting in the morning. So it's going to be a long day of League of Legends. Grand finals, not only for the NLC, but for the LEC as well. Look at this. The start is from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So it's a 12-hour shift of League of Legends. Let's be honest, you do that regularly at home, playing solo queue. So it's not going to change anything. Just have people
Whoa, I'd
around
be
you.
very worried if somebody told me they play 12 hours of solo queue per day.
Yeah, that's
and they're
rookie
not
numbers.
a pro
You
player.
gotta step that
You know
up.
what? Yeah. No. If they play 12 hours a day of solo queue, I would stay away from that person, man. If they're not a pro player, I'd stay away. I'm just saying. I'm just speaking my mind here. Maybe I should not.
Maybe we'll get to see you on NLC next split if you play 12 hours a day, because you gotta be good, let's be honest. Like, if you're hiding like Duckling, I mean, that's horrible. But Duckling, to say goodbye for today, what do you have to say? It was lovely having you on the desk, by the way.
I'm gonna say a banger as always. The NLC has really been cooking this split, right? Not just the big teams with the big names. There is hype everywhere, man. These series are delivering. Maybe not always the best League of Legends, but always the best content out there. I enjoy every single minute I spend on this broadcast, and it's a pleasure as always to be here.
Trouble.
Oh, you're okay. I was like, I was kind of like a little bit mellow. Well, thank you for having me. We'll see you, I guess, tomorrow. We have again a very, very important game, probably the most important for both Verdant and Bulldog Esports. I feel like the expectations for both, even though they have reached some high highs, like Verdant has gotten onto that 3rd spot, I really doubt that they want to stay a top 4 team or a top 5 team, especially when a LAN is in the way and they could be playing live in front of an audience versus Los Ratones versus Nord. I feel like everything's on the line for tomorrow, and I'm very excited.
I agree. We're very excited to have you tomorrow as well. But if by any means you do play 12 hours a day, might as well give your booty the best. So head on to Arozzi and use the code NLCLOL for 15% off on everything that's not already on sale. So this is the opportunity. Feel comfortable. Feel Arozzi. With that in mind, I bid you farewell. I'll see you tomorrow at the same time as usual. It's not the same without you. And until then, keep climbing. Go sleep.